I do a voice check? Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the first ever NDTV Auto Conclave. Auto Conclave driving the future of mobility in India, presented by True Alt Bioenergy with JK Tires as our special partner and Skoda Auto India, Lectrix EV, and Motorola as associate sponsors. We are at a defining moment for the automotive world, a transformative crossroads where innovation has to meet responsibility and sustainability to drive progress. India, with its bold vision and pioneering spirit, is poised to lead this change towards a brighter mobility future. This conclave is a convergence of the brightest minds. Industry leaders, policymakers, and innovators come together to chart the course of the future of mobility in India. Over the course of this event, we will delve into pressing topics shaping the sector, from driving innovation, sustainability, and excellence in mobility to Green Miles, the dawn of new energy vehicles, where we explore how alternate energy solutions are redefining transportation. Our conversations will touch on the future of automotive design, combining cutting edge technology with aesthetics. India's auto ancillary industry, a cornerstone of Make in India, dream a pathway to global leadership. We will also confront one of the most urgent issues of our time, road safety. In this session, every life count towards zero fatalities. We'll explore how stakeholders can collaborate to create safer roads for all. Additionally, we are honored to have Mr. Hisashi Takeuchi, MD of Maruti Suzuki India Limited, join us for Driving Change, Powering Tomorrow, where we will discuss how India's mobility ecosystem aligns with global sustainability goals. The conclave will conclude with two milestones. The launch of NDTV Auto website, a platform dedicated to automotive enthusiasts and industry experts. A landmark fireside chat with Sri Nitin Gadkari, Honorable Minister of Road Transport and Highways, where we will discuss the policies shaping India's automotive future. So let's embark on this exciting journey together, exploring innovation, sustainability, and excellence. Together, we are paving the way for a greener, safer, and smarter tomorrow on India's road. Thank you for being part of this historic moment. Let's get this started.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, guests, and dignitaries. Did you know that on an average, a car has over 10,000 bolts, but it just takes one nut to scatter them all over the road? And this gives me a great opportunity to introduce our first session, which is Every Life Counts Towards Zero Fatality. Moderating the panel will be Ambika Singh Kama, Chief Correspondent, Special Projects, NDTV, and dignitaries participating in the panel are Piyush Tiwari, Founder and CEO, Save Life Foundation, Professor Geetam Tiwari, Emeritus Professor, Transportation Research and Injury Prevention Program, IIT Delhi, Satyendra Garg, former DGP, Andaman and Nicobar Islands, Joint Secretary, Northeast, Ministry of Home Affairs, and Ramashankar Pandey, Chairman, Road Safety, CII. May I request you, ladies and gentlemen, to please take your seats on the stage. Thank you. Sorry, I missed a couple of lines.
I don't. According to the Ministry of Road Transport and Highways, 168,491 people were killed and 443,366 injured in 461,312 road crashes in India in 2022. Now in 2023, unfortunately, India continues to top road accidents fatalities globally with over 1.72 lakh deaths in road crashes. There were 55 crashes and 20 fatalities every hour in 2023. Crashes up 4.2%, fatalities increased over 2.6% compared to 2022. Now, these figures make road safety a pressing concern. Today, we have a distinguished panel of experts who will share their insights and expertise on addressing this critical issue, wherein we will discuss the key challenges, innovative solutions, and strategies for improving road safety in India. From infrastructure design to enforcement and education, we will explore it all because every life counts towards zero fatalities. Let me introduce our panel. We have with us Mr. Piyush Tiwari, founder and CEO, Save Life Foundation. Geetam Tiwari, Professor, Transportation, Research and Injury Prevention Center, IIT Delhi. Satyendra Garg, former DGP, Andaman and Nicobar Islands, Joint Secretary, Northeast Ministry of Home Affairs, and Rama Shankar Pandey, Chairman, Road Safety CII. Thank you all so much for joining us today. Mr. Tiwari will just be joining us. Geetam, I would like to start with you first. I think about the, to begin with, let's know we've spoken about the global, where we topped the list, unfortunately. You had come out with the India Status Report on Road Safety 2024 in respect with the international goals of reducing road accident fatalities. Where are we on that? Could you tell us and everybody here about it? Where are we on that?
So we looked at our data and we looked at the disaggregate data by state-wise. And in last 5 years, we find there are 10 states where the number of deaths have come down. But unfortunately, in the remaining states, the number of deaths have increased. And overall, total number of deaths continue to increase. And as far as the rate is concerned, which is number of deaths per 100,000 population, that seems to be leveling, but not really showing a downward trend yet. And another very important thing that we noticed in that report was that the states where the investment in highway is high, that means there has been a lot of effort in upgrading the highways. Unfortunately, the number of deaths have continued to increase. And earlier we had states like Bihar, Orissa, number of deaths were very low, but of course the state of highway was also quite poor.
Yeah.
But now with upgradation, expansion of highways, some of these states are seeing exponential rise in deaths. So I think this is really a matter of concern that yes, we want to increase highways, we want to expand the system, but the definition of good and efficient highways should be also safe highways.
Yeah, most
so
important.
So we really have to look into that very carefully, that what needs to be done.
Very carefully, and the loopholes there.
Yeah.
Mr. Garg, that's where I would like to come to you. When you were here in Delhi during your tenure, there was a significant dip in the number of deaths, when we talk about road accidents, also drunken driving. If you could tell us, what did you do right during that time, and what is the learning experience that other people could learn from this?
See, you rightly said, when we were there, managing traffic of Delhi for 3 years, we saw within 3 years deaths coming down from 2,325 to 1,866 within 3 years, which is about 20% reduction. So as you mentioned, we did a lot of things differently from what was being done earlier. You mentioned about drunken driving. So surprisingly, there is a Motor Vehicle Act provision which punishes drunken driving with imprisonment also. But from 1947 onward till 2010, in Delhi at least, and maybe all over India, not even one imprisonment had been awarded for drunken driving. And when we took up with judiciary, and this one, initially, of course, we came to know that even they were not aware that for drunken driving, people can be sent to jail and all this thing. But the remarkable change which came was Like in next 2 years, 2,960 people got imprisonments for drunken driving. So like that made a huge difference in Delhi because people became very careful. And I think it became a phenomena in Delhi that not many people were driving on Delhi roads after drinking. So like our approach in Delhi used to be, like whatever was causing accidents and deaths, like we intervened and we succeeded. And that's why within 3 years, like we could reduce deaths on roads.
As if we could do it in Delhi, I'm sure, we can look about doing it across the nation. Rama, if I could come to you here with your expertise, talking about the industry, what solutions, innovations, or even how can technology come in here when we're looking at addressing, these pressing issues, whether it's, driver behavior, vehicle safety, and a lot more which has to do with road safety.
Yeah, thanks a lot. I think what we just heard about enforcement, that it does matter. Now today, in our country, the road crash is a problem of scale, like what ma'am was telling, that we have, it's a vast country and the roads are only increasing, states where you have more investment. So scale is a big issue and the technology is the only way which can catch up with this. Yeah. Enforcement without technology, you just can't think about. Today, how many traffic cops we have? Maybe 85,000 for the whole of India, which is violating India. So if you have the violation, which is more than 10, 20, 30%, and in our case, it may be 70, 80%, it's difficult. So as corporate, if you look at, we have another problem to solve, which is our in-house accidents. Now, you will hear that the data will tell you that the in-house accidents have come down dramatically. We have big success there, and what we have found out is all this Poka, Yoka, and technology, and that's why it's pained us that if we can do it in our factories, why can't we do it on the road? Now, given a choice that we can have this control situation like a factory, we can manage because there's a cause and effect relationship. But this whole belief of science, road crash as a science, does not exist in masses, in general public. Because if you look at general public, they consider this as a bad luck. Yeah. So when there's a bad luck element, the usage of science and whatever we say does not get attention. Okay. And that is where as corporate, what we do is our safety culture within the company. So within our boundary, even our employees, we consider as a boundary, or our suppliers and our customers. This ecosystem is large ecosystem. Within this large ecosystem, we are deploying technology, but a major part of that is awareness or the education. Because let's say, for example, in my last company, we were doing these headlamps. There's something called, you always see this high beam coming up to you and it's glaring, right?
Yes.
And the other person is not on high beam. Actually, this is on low beam, but just because the loading pattern is different and there is an equipment given, but hardly anybody here will know that you have an equipment 0, 1, 2, 3, which you have to adjust when you have a boot load or a front. So as industry, we actually have a huge pain that what we can do with technology is immense, but we need that platform. We need that collaboration where academia, corporates with government can do a lot. So the technology can be used in enforcement, like you said, driver behavior. Yeah. It can be in self-enforcement also. Because if you alert somebody just few seconds before the crash, chances of crash goes down heavily, almost 80%.
So there is technology, but a lot more awareness, not just for using these things, but like even Mr. Garg said, whether it's about knowing the rules about enforcement, about drunken driving or not having your license. I think even the enforcement, the awareness clearly is lacking.
Exactly, both has to marry each other.
Okay, great. Geetam, just want to talk to you about the designing of infrastructure here, that prioritizes safety as well as accessibility. Can you just tell us, when it comes to the urban planners, the policy makers, how can there be safer designs and more inclusive road infrastructure, especially in a densely, populated or city like Delhi, Mumbai?
So, the concept these days is the most important principle about making safe roads is about making forgiving roads. And what that means is that what has been understood, people, after a lot of training, knowing all the knowledge, etc., are still liable to make mistakes. But for that mistake, the person should not die. This is the fundamental principle. And how we can achieve it in urban infrastructure and then on highways separately is, so let's say urban infrastructure, we find a lot of crashes because people are going at high speed, not following speed compliance, not really strictly adhering to suggested speed limits, and many times jumping red lights. What can be done? enforcement is number one, extremely important. However, enforcement becomes easier when we have designed the correct infrastructure.
Yeah.
Correct here means that we are designing roads for 50 kilometers per hour in our urban road areas. It cannot be for higher speeds. For 50 kilometer, what should be the lane width? What should be the design of the intersection? If we are having a lot of red light jumping, it is better to convert to roundabouts, change the texture of the road. So we have a lot of these elements which we can use.
Bring in, yeah.
There are Indian Roads Congress guidelines. The guidelines have been updated, and we have to follow that. I think the biggest gap that I see these days is the people executing it and the institutions responsible for it not really prioritizing pedestrian safety and vulnerable road user safety.
Yes.
I think the main concern there seems to be speeding up cars. And that is why we are seeing this epidemic.
rates,
It's an
yeah.
epidemic on our roads. And on highways also we have two issues. Again, the lot of engineering measures are known. And IRC guidelines have been revised
Yeah.
to, so that engineers can follow that. But you go on the road and you actually see what is the condition on the road. That is where there is a big gap. We know what kind of crash barriers should be there on the road, but the way it has been implemented, it is not a safety barrier. It has become a hazard on its own.
Yeah.
It is helping vehicles to overturn easily. So it has just the opposite effect.
Yeah, it's done the
So there are many such things, known measures, which we have not done correctly. The second complication comes that the kind of the highways which are passing through small towns and villages, this is a new situation which has not been experienced by Western countries. So for some of these situations, actually, we also don't know what the correct measure is. How to do very effective speed control? You will find that in our limited access highways, expressways, why are people standing near exit and entry ramps?
That's where the
Because
accidents
buses are
happen.
stopping there, and it has become a de facto bus stop. There are no international global guidelines which can tell you that when a vehicle is going at 120 kilometers per hour, how can you make safe
place and
pedestrian
stop there,
bus stop which is within 5 meters of
Yeah,
that?
which is right there.
There are no guidelines for this. So I think for some of these situations, we have to really invest our effort and understand what new designs are required,
Yeah.
what new guidelines. But most importantly, the known measures, we have to make sure that they are implemented correctly.
Yeah, so also knowing the guidelines first, find out that and implement them. Enforcement is
Yeah,
important. And what we have, we need to
absolutely.
enforce. I think that's a very important point out here. Mr. Garg, like Geetam just said about speeding, right? That's a big cause. I just want to come back to this whole thing about underage driving, drunken driving. These two things, besides, of course, speeding, is a major concern on our Indian roads. What do you recommend to effectively deal with such cases, whether it's law enforcement and also the right balance between punishment and rehabilitation?
See, you rightly mentioned that this underage driving. So again, for underage driving to come to an end, basically first you have to educate. Like all the schools, I think, must have this one, because age at which you get a driving license. And if you are driving without driving license, then not only you, but your parents also can be punished for that.
Yeah.
So basically, it's a combination of education and enforcement, where I remember big even public schools and all this thing. We used to have drive where youngsters were driving, and we'll have this one where we'll haul up even the parents whose children were found driving, and because even Motor Vehicle Act has got provisions that parents can be hauled up, because as law
Yes,
is,
yeah.
underage people may not be punished that much as parents are. But again, here, people have to be told that, okay, till you get a driving license, naturally you should not be. Even parents must be careful. Even schools must be careful, and they must be, they must ensure that students don't come in vehicles, driving themselves and all this thing.
So parents play a key role in this. They also are equally responsible.
Yeah,
to ensure
parents
that
have
their children underage they do not get up behind the wheels.
Parents have got more responsibility
Yes.
because, see, like you know very well that your children is underage. So naturally, like you should not be even allowing anybody to drive and all this thing.
Yeah.
So it's parental responsibility, but then again, you have to, it comes to enforcement and school also.
Yeah, stricter enforcement as
Yeah,
well as
yeah.
when drunken driving. Yeah, sorry, you're going to say something.
Yeah, I just wanted to add to this because what many countries have found useful, and in most Western countries they have implemented it, for young license holders, when initially you get a license, you are not allowed to drive alone. It is called graduated licensing
Yes,
scheme.
I wanted to ask you because,
And that has been found to be quite effective because basically driving license only ensures that you know how to handle the vehicle. You don't necessarily become a safe driver. That's a learned experience. So for first few months and first few years, you have to have a full licensed driver sitting with you, and there are other restrictions on you. You cannot drive alone at night. You cannot drive with too many friends with you because then you tend to show off. That's how teenagers are.
yeah, and also the different kinds of vehicles so that they
Yeah.
know where to speed up. I mean, very often we hear about, supercars, they're driving and that's where things go wrong.
So I think maybe we could consider introducing graduated driving licensing scheme here also.
Yeah, I think that's
which
a very
we
valid
don't have
point.
at the moment.
No, I mean, what she has mentioned is correct, like graduated this one, but India has got different problems where like a large number of accidents are happening by the people who don't have the driving license. Like, see, graduated driving
So
license
two
comes
separate
much
issues, but
later.
both very
Yeah,
critical.
Yeah, both very
Having
critical.
license is even more critical, but also like I think knowing when your children, when they're 18 or when they get their license, they need
Yeah.
to be more responsible and the kind of cars they're driving.
Exactly. So like I think the whole driving licensing has to be seen like how driving licenses are given and like how like we as a society can prevent people driving without a driving license. Of course, like graduated driving license can come, but I think first we have to address people driving without driving license.
Yeah, at least ensure everybody on the road has a license so they're not only just responsible for themselves, but obviously for others as well. Rama, if I can come to you when it comes, talking about, the industry, getting all the stakeholders together, whether it's training of drivers, your traffic police, road engineers, how can that be done when we look at it even holistically?
So just to add here, I told you earlier also our problem is scale. We have a huge scale and we are not, every research, every Western study is not applicable to us as it is. Our vehicle population is different. We have two-wheelers and as you rightly said, that you are not, for two-wheeler you don't need a license which, and I think how much training they have been given, hardly anything. We just buy two-wheeler and we ride. So we have to accept the reality of this country. Whatever rule we bring, enforcement is a problem, we have to accept.
Yeah.
Whatever we say, let's have licensing this way, that way, but we don't have that capacity. Realizing our weakness and
Working on it.
accepting that,
Yeah.
we have to go to a different regime. As of today, the regime is you regulate, you enforce. Enforce is not there, so regulation becomes almost nothing. It's a mockery on the road. You don't have a deterrent for somebody coming and stopping you. Within the campus of a corporate, we are able to do it. We know we have our security guards, we have our supervisors, and they will stop something, That's why we have Poka Yoka. What ma'am said, people should not die because they have done a mistake. So we have a Poka Yoka, which is fail-safe method. So we have to accept this reality and move to a regime call, which is trusting the same drivers, trusting the same population, and assist and alert them.
Yeah.
So this can be a faster one. We have more people with us in this movement rather than in the other movement because there's a war. And they're smarter. Many of them are smarter than many of these enforcement agencies. So can we actually get into assisting and alerting through technology? For example, speed management. Can we get the technology which we don't need autonomous driving, but we can use ADAS level 0, which can be given to them. For two-wheeler, can we create something? Giving them, if they make a mistake, it's like, galti se bhi galti na ho. That kind of system we should bring, and then these drivers will be our asset rather than fighting with them. So within the industry, as you rightly said, we believe in skilling and training and enforcing the behavior. It takes time, and you need a control mechanism. Now here you don't have the control mechanism, so we need to give some incentive. And that is where I always say, rather than challan, can we give some inam? And there the positive behavior should be reinforced over time. And this can be done, charity begins at home, at least within our own corporates. Our HR policy says that, and we use technology for that, give them that assistance and the alertness.
So a lot on behavior change, Geetam, yeah.
Yeah, I wanted to add here because we have a very interesting case study which was actually done during Mr. Satyen Garg's time in Delhi. And you are right, enforcement regulation is an issue. So we were so happy to see, and the numbers that he talked about from 2009 to 2012, there was a drastic reduction. And by the way, that trend has continued in Delhi because now we have only 1,400 deaths. So what was very interesting experiment that Mr. Garg's time was done was that 10 major black spots were identified. And I remember very clearly Mukarba Chowk, where there were 24 deaths per year. In front of AIMS, there used to be 10 deaths per year, and so on. So very simple thing that was enforced without technology, which was controlling speeds by introducing rumble strips near pedestrian crossing. And additional pedestrian crossing lights were created, I think, at the foot of the flyovers, because that's where the buses were stopping and people start crossing. And in next 2 years, you saw that drastic reduction.
And
So
which is still continuing.
it
which
is
amazing.
continuing. So here we have a very good case study, what has worked very well. This is something that can immediately be done in most cities in India.
So you spoke about the black spots. You know, there are even the engineering issues. Helmets is a separate thing, but again, people don't wear helmets. Seat belts. Yeah, I think we will be having Piyush. Yeah, he'll be joining us in a bit, so we'll go back to that on the engine. But you know, what are your thoughts on something like that? On not just black spots, whether it's the engineering issues, whether even people not being, wearing helmets, seat belts. A lot of deaths happen because of that.
I think helmet is one of the biggest challenge we are facing, and globally, people are struggling with it, that what to do with powered two-wheeler, motorized two-wheelers. Because wherever the numbers of two-wheelers are increasing, the risk is increasing. And helmet wearing, again in Delhi, places like Delhi, we find that the rider helmet wearing is quite good. It works out, it shows about 90%. However, a recent survey showed in Delhi also, wearing helmet correctly is only 63%.
So like a big loophole here.
So if you don't wear helmet correctly, it is as good as not wearing it. But wherever now with technology, I know 2 recent examples in Chennai and in Kerala. With camera, they are able to detect whether you're wearing helmet or not correctly or not. It seems that the compliance has improved. Though we have not seen a proper detailed study done, but in both cases, the police officers say that the compliance is improved.
Is being done. So that's
so
good.
These are the places where we can take help of technology.
You wanted to say something, Mr. Garg?
I just want to add to what Professor Tiwari has said. See, as I said, we go from effect to cause. So if you see that who is dying on the roads, 44% deaths are happening of two-wheelers. And I'm sure that a large number of deaths of two-wheeler victims are happening because people are not wearing helmets. I've seen even on national highways, people are driving without helmets and all this thing. And sometimes you feel sad when political statements are given that, okay, police should not challan if people are not wearing helmets and all this thing. So, this goes against the basics of your safety. Two-wheeler without a helmet, your safety is totally compromised. You have seen how seatbelt can help. Even the people in the best of the vehicle, this one, the person who is driving, wearing seatbelt survive. And the person sitting in the rear seat, not wearing seatbelt, dies. So these basic precautions, technology of course can help. But even we are having this phenomena where basics of not wearing helmet or not wearing seatbelt and all this thing also is compromised, and that is reflected. And then of course we have to do a lot about pedestrian safety, because 20% of the people who are dying are still pedestrians.
Okay, so before we wrap this, every life counts towards zero fatalities. I would like to ask your closing remarks. What do you think? I mean, or you could also share, anything we could pick up as best practices to really improve this situation, which is need of the hour.
See, basically, if we have to take one or two things, because you have to again go from effect to cause. See, speed is killer in 70% of this one. So maybe if enforcement agency and the awareness or education, if people can be told to drive not in a very high speed and all this thing, maybe I think our accidents can come down a lot.
So enforcement awareness. Rama, what would your closing remark be?
Yeah,
Most
so
critical thing.
For me, millions of us use road every day, and roughly 461 plus family does not get back their people home. It's like the speed by which we have to sort it out is, the need is pretty high. So my request will be, can we quickly get the drivers being trusted, and we start, today they consider this not as a science. The cause and effect, we all talk about it, right? And we talk, since last one and a half decade I'm working in this field, we talk about it, but it's not going into the dil or dimag mein aa nahi raha hai. So what can we do by which they start believing it is a science? Today, Kali Billi chali gayi, aap ruk jaoge. You have Nibu Mirchi will save you. All of that is happening, but not that science will help them. Why helmet they will not? If they know the chance of dying. So somewhere we have to,
and taking action. I
exactly,
think being more
and that is what you
responsible
can do a
citizens,
lot.
yes.
You can let them, you can get science versus all this stuff, superstition versus science. And if we win that, then they will come to us and we will give technology, no problem.
Great. So using it, Geetam, the last word, I think, to you for this.
I think most important thing is, our driving behavior is because of the kind of physical infrastructure we are driving in and the kind of enforcement structure is around us. If the enforcement of helmets, seatbelts, speed is very high, then people will abide by it.
Okay.
Whichever city has better helmet enforcement, you end up seeing that they are better helmet compliance. That's number one. And number two, that most effective thing is to control speeds by engineering design.
Okay.
And which is simple. I mean, we have all the guidelines. Change the width of the road, texture of the road, intersection design to control speed.
Yeah.
That automatically has an implication on drivers' behavior and on pedestrians' behavior.
Yeah.
So we really have to focus on that.
Yeah, because you hear speed is thrilling, but it's killing. So that's what we need to
Absolutely.
control, whether it's through engineering, you're looking at those issues, or, enforcement, what you rightly said, and most importantly, awareness and really doing it. Thank you all so much for joining us today. It was really a pleasure to have you today with us at NDTV. Thank you all so much for you. Thank you so much.
Right. Thank you so much to all our panelists for that enlightening discussion on road safety and zero fatalities. And some of the potential solutions have a lot of potential in preventing fatalities on Indian roads. Our next fireside chat focuses on the Indian automotive industry and what makes it one of the most challenging markets globally, but with near infinite potential too. What drives the India story and makes it so complex yet fulfilling? To discuss the same, we have a special guest who is the Group CEO and MD of Mahindra Group, a turnaround specialist, and has been ranked among the best CEOs in 2023 by Fortune India. Joining us virtually for a fireside chat on driving the India story is Dr. Anish Shah, and engaging in a conversation with him is Vishnu Shom, Group Executive Editor, NDTV.
Yeah. Yeah, okay, come back. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much for being with us. I'm joined by a very special guest, Anish Shah, the Group CEO and Managing Director of the Mahindra Group, a federation of companies that spans over 20 industries across more than 100 countries. Under Dr. Shah's leadership, Mahindra is not only driving innovation in traditional sectors, but is also making bold strides in the electric vehicle market. With models like the BE6 and the XEV9e, Mahindra is redefining mobility and cutting-edge technology. Let's delve into how Mahindra is steering towards a sustainable future, the challenges of the EV industry, and the group's expansive vision for global growth. Thank you very much, Dr. Anish Shah, for being with us. It's wonderful to speak to you once again. I suppose the first question I would have to ask you...
Thank you.
I suppose the first question that I must ask you is on your new electric vehicles. They are fantastic to look at. They've sort of stolen my heart. You're forcing me to put some money away for them. But the designs are radical. And some would suggest that that would have been a real leap of faith. How radical do you go with your car designs? What is Mahindra's philosophy?
Vishnu, our philosophy is to create the best products that we can for customers. We want them to be compared with products in multiple segments above where we are. And we're redefining quality for the Indian customer. Because what we have created in our ICE vehicles over the past few years, as well as in our EV vehicles today, is a very, very different level of quality. And that encompasses design, right? Handling, interiors, safety, performance, all factors.
But tell me, now that we've actually got you, was it a huge debate within Mahindra? Were there discussions, disagreements on the designs? Were there those who felt that, no, we need to be more conservative in how we do this? Was there a healthy debate, or did you finally just say, no, let's just take the plunge?
Vishnu, we operate with a few set of principles. One is empowerment for our teams. Second is leadership behaviors that we want to drive, which is agility, boldness, and collaboration. And third is setting an ambition that is high enough for everyone to be inspired, and they need to be able to deliver something that's outstanding. So as you look at a combination of these three things, it really wasn't a debate internally at all. Okay. The teams were empowered. There was a very high degree of agility. And in fact, we've got a number of folks in our auto team, the leaders there, who were working very closely together. And they came up with these set of designs, as well as the technical aspects of the product. And it's that level of collaboration, agility, and being bold that has got us to being able to deliver products such as these.
You know, Dr. Shah, about almost a year back, we were having a chat in Davos. And the question I had to ask you then was on the progress of battery technology for EVs. Now, the B6 and the XEV9e have a certified range of just under 682 kilometers and 656 kilometers respectively. That's based on the modified Indian driving cycle test, with your 79 kWh battery pack. Now that's really robust. And our driving conditions are some of the harshest in the world. It rains, it snows, it's extremely hot, it's exceptionally dusty. Can you explain to us the significance of the breakthrough in reliable battery technology, that people can now overcome the worry that you will run out of charge before you reach your destination? How much of a challenge was that?
That was a huge challenge, and that was a very important factor for us, because if someone has a car, they want to make sure that it's going to work at all times, and that they have enough buffer to take care of any exigencies. And that's the reason why we wanted to ensure a range that essentially has people forget about the fact that this is electric and this requires charging. Most people will charge once a week. And in addition to the numbers you mentioned of 682 and 656 kilometers from a rating standpoint, we've taken these vehicles to multiple parts of India over the last 6 to 8 months and done very extensive testing. The testing has been done in 21 cities in various rural areas in Ladakh in numerous different conditions, and we have real life data on what the range is. And yes, real life is often lower than the numbers that are certified. And we've got over 500 kilometers in every one of the 21 cities that we've operated in. And we have data specifically on based on the driving conditions of each city, what is a potential range that you have there. But anything over 500 kilometers is huge. And that really means that consumers don't need to worry about range at all. The other aspect is around safety. And you mentioned rain, wind, snow, sand. And all of those factors have been taken into account as we look at the battery. In fact, at our launch, we had the battery in fire, we had the battery in water, we had nail that penetrates the battery, and the safety mechanism stood up extremely well. So what we're doing is basically taking some of the past concerns that existed with electric vehicles and ensuring that they're addressed in such a strong manner that the consumer doesn't have to worry about it at all.
Would you, and I'm sure you would, like a lot more infrastructure on our roads and our highways? If there are petrol stations, there need to be many more ports where people can charge their electric vehicles. In terms of the future and the growth of this part of the auto industry, how crucial is that?
I think that is an important factor, but with the advances we have in the vehicle right now, it's become less of a factor. And this is one area we're actually working very closely with the government on to identify which highways, or rather, which points on each highway. And what you really need is a set of charging stations at a 40-kilometer gap on all the major highways in the country. That combined with what's available at home office and what can be put in public spaces, even like hotels, yes, some petrol pumps, etc., that should be sufficient enough from a charging standpoint for electric vehicles.
You've also had another incredible launch this year, the Thar Rocks. Now, if I was to ask you which one you preferred, your new EVs or the Thar Rocks, would you have two different teams at Mahindra fighting with you?
No, for us, it's the same team that has launched both. I'm actually going to go back to one point on charging, which is with the technology advances, our vehicles can be charged in 20 minutes to go from 20% to an 80% charge. And that really takes away a lot of the concerns that consumers have. And coming back to Thar Rocks versus EVs, it's the same team. Both are fantastic products. Both have seen tremendous demand from consumers. And they are for both rough terrains as well as a sophisticated and suave setting in a city.
I'm just fascinated by the design variants. I mean, in a sense, you've got radical electric vehicles, almost a space-age design, and you've got the Thar Rocks, which is more conventional, more traditional, more along the lines, albeit much modified and improved, of what I've grown up seeing Mahindra vehicles like. How do you as a group reconcile the two design images? I mean, I use the word two design images. I don't know if you'll agree with me, but the vehicles look very different is my point.
Yes, they do, Vishnu. And that again is by design because we want to appeal to a wide range of customers. Also, our born electric vehicles require a futuristic look because they are futuristic vehicles. And that's the reason why we went ahead with that set of designs. But for us, it's important to have character in each of our vehicles. And that's what makes it distinctive. We are not coming up with vehicles that are a me too, that's just equal to everyone else. It's that character that sets us apart. And that's what we mean by an authentic SUV.
I think the obvious follow-up question would, of course, be safety. Now, the safety has been a huge priority for your entire group. These are all cars with a 5-star safety rating. I mean, how important is it that for the first time in the Indian auto sector, there is a genuine concern among customers as well, increasing about the importance of protecting lives? And how is that something which is now one of your foremost priorities?
So, Vishnu, that is a critical concern, and for us, it has always been our number one priority. A lot of work has been done. For us, protecting the consumer comes first. Everything else follows because it's most important that a family goes home safe or a person in the family goes home safe. And therefore, we will not compromise on safety in any way. And that's what you've seen in terms of results that we have with all our vehicles. For us, five-star is the highest rating, but if there was a higher one than that, that's what we would aspire to.
And to answer a basic question, which so many disbelievers of electric vehicles would be, I mean, a lot of people would say an electric car, no, what if it catches fire? And you spoke a little bit more about it. Can you talk a little bit more about how the design of your new EVs, I mean, they've come up from ground up. These aren't, batteries installed on existing models. There is design from the very onset. There is safety from the very onset of the design process. How significant is that from a safety standpoint?
That makes a significant difference because the protection for the batteries was a starting point for the design. Nothing should happen to the batteries in any event. It doesn't matter whether there is a fire around the car or whether there's water around the car or the car crashes into something, the battery should stay strong. So when you start with that and design the rest of the vehicle around it, it gives a much better result overall. And as I mentioned in our launch, we actually showcased that. And it was a live demonstration with customers there, or with media there, and with analysts and investors there. And that live demonstration really showed the integrity of the battery because that is, again, comes back to safety from a customer standpoint. That's foremost in their minds and foremost in our minds, that there should be no compromise from a safety standpoint, and that's where all the effort has gone in.
Dr. Shah, let's move away from your EVs to the India EV story. Now, I was going through some statistics today. China's electric vehicle industry dwarfs India in size. In 2024, their EV market was projected or is projected to reach a volume of $376.4 billion. In comparison, our EV market size is expected to reach just under 35 billion by the end of this year, which is now. Is enough being done in India to encourage the transition to the EV space? Obviously, it's not just manufacturers and models which you feel will appeal, but there's the role of the government as well. Are we doing enough as a country?
I would say that we are doing enough. And yes, we may have started, or we rather have started later than China and a few other countries around the world. But today, everything that's required to make EVs a success is in place. We have the right incentive structure. We have the focus that's required from our regulation and getting EVs on the road standpoint, which includes incentives to not have road taxes and so on. We have the charging mechanisms coming up, and charging comes up only after there's a strong demand from good products. So it's unfair to expect a charging mechanism or an infrastructure to be in place before a strong set of products comes in. With our born electric vehicles, we're going to see a number of very good electric vehicle products come into place that will bring charging in. So I think we have everything we need. India has the ability to leapfrog. We've done that in the past in different product sets. And I have a feeling we will do that here as well.
Dr. Shah, I could get carried away and talk cars with you all day because that's something which fascinates me. But in fact, you're a custodian of a huge group. I mean, you lead a huge group with very diverse interests. And you're also custodian of Mahindra's RISE philosophy. How do you, for our audience, could you tell us what that means, and how is that something which permeates through your entire group? I mean, you are the custodian of Mahindra RISE.
So Vishnu, let me start with the ideals that were laid down by our founders. In 1945, our founders put an ad in the Times of India that talked about the principles under which Mahindra and Mahindra was being set up. And those principles outlined dignity of labor, It outlined the fact that neither caste, nor creed, nor color shall come in the way of meritocracy. It talked about a number of things that today would read like an ESG manifesto. And that is the root of our RISE philosophy. The philosophy really comes from enabling others to succeed. And for us, RISE is drive positive change in the lives of our communities to enable them to rise. Because only when they rise will we rise. So together we rise. And that is a philosophy that puts purpose ahead of profits.
Yeah.
And that's how we operate. You talked about safety in vehicles. For us, that comes first. Profits will come after. And it has enabled us to get profits. But for us, the RISE philosophy is what we embed in each of our associates to say that that's the value system that we will live. And you're right to use the word custodian, because as leaders, we are custodians of the RISE philosophy. But as custodians, our responsibility is to make sure that we are actively living that philosophy every day in everything we do.
We've spoken about new car models. We've spoken about your philosophy. There is also the question of sustainability, and sustainability is such a huge word. But let's talk a little bit about recycling, the recycling of old vehicles, which helps reduce air pollution. It makes our environment more sustainable. It does, in one sense, open up our residential spaces. For example, it creates safer roads. Now, Zero is a part of the Mahindra Group. It also helps to reduce India's dependence on the import of steel scrap, which is approximately, 8 million tons every year. How is this an area which is set to grow? And secondly, why is it important for us in India beyond just the Mahindra Group?
If you look at vehicles on the road, the maximum pollution is from vehicles that are older. From a Pareto basis, 15 years plus, 10 years plus, and then even some of the more recent ones, because BS6 for diesel was a norm that was introduced only about 3 to 4 years ago. And that has made a huge difference in terms of the current set of vehicles. And therefore, as a country, it is very important to get some of the old vehicles off the road because that has a disproportionate impact on pollution in our cities. And that's where Zero comes in. We've set up 24 plants around the country. Today, our capacity utilization is 10%, but we believe that this is a space that requires that investment, and therefore we put in investment well ahead of the demand. And it's something that we feel will help significantly in terms of a better environment.
When we talk about sustainability, you're also co-chairperson of the India Alliance of CEOs for Climate Change. And Mahindra has huge ideals in terms of sustainability. Could you define, your own role in taking this forward, not just for your company or your group, but also as part of a larger vision which we have in this country?
On this, Vishnu, we've done a lot of work. And in addition to the Alliance of CEOs in India, I'm also on multiple forums with the World Economic Forum in terms of helping drive sustainability, being a leader in that. Because for us, this is consistent with the RISE philosophy. And the Mahindra Group actually began its efforts in sustainability in 2008, well before this became a burning platform. And we've done over 2,000 projects. We made some very significant and meaningful advances in terms of sustainability. And let me just give you one example. We signed up for what's called EP 100 or Energy Productivity 100. What this means is that if you can reach 100% efficiency and productivity, you can manufacture the same number of products with half the energy that was used. And we used 2009 as a baseline. Our target was EP 100 by 2030. We reached that target last year. And today, our auto business is at 120, our farm business is at 95. What this means is that we can produce the same number of SUVs and tractors as we did in 2009 with half the amount of energy. We often talk about movement from fossil energy to renewable energy. In this case, you don't need half the energy. And then that's a big step forward. The other example I will give is moving to renewable energy. And that's a target around RE100, which again, we had committed to getting to 100% by 2030, which we will get there by end of next year. We've got a number of renewable plants coming up, and that should take us to 80% in a very short time frame, and then we get to 100% from there. So there are a number of different efforts that we've taken the lead on across our businesses. In our real estate business, we've launched net zero residential buildings. And this was something that was a huge hit in Bangalore, where we launched them, and we got sold out very quickly on that. We've got net zero resorts across the country. And across each of our businesses, we are thinking about how do we drive sustainability. It's not just something that we look at from a CSR standpoint, it's something that's core to business for us.
All right. Dr. Anish Shah, always wonderful speaking to you, and thank you so much for doing this. But you still haven't answered, my question, because you're very diplomatic. You prefer the rocks, or do you prefer your B6? Or you haven't answered that question.
So Vishnu, I prefer the rocks when I have to drive myself and go outside Mumbai. I prefer the electric vehicle when I'm going for a dinner in the evening. So it's both. I cannot select one versus the other. I think both are outstanding, and I love using both of them.
Are these electric vehicles going to define Mahindra in the international stage as well? Do we see these in foreign markets going forward?
Definitely, because the quality of these vehicles will allow us to compete in various international markets, and we are drawing out plans to go to multiple markets with them.
All right, it's been a momentous year for Mahindra. Thank you very much, Dr. Shah, for speaking to us. Thank you very much indeed. Thank you.
Thank you.
Well, there you have it. Mahindra, a huge group. It spans 100 countries, 20 plus specific areas of interest. But what I'd like to do now is go back to a theme which I've actually tracked for more than 15 years, mostly almost always with Piyush Tiwari, the founder and CEO of the Safe Life Foundation. Piyush is here with us. Piyush, where are you? Disappeared. Oh, there you are. And I'm just going to introduce him for a little bit. Piyush Tiwari has given his life's mission to save lives on India's roads. He's been instrumental in getting through the Good Samaritan law. We'll talk about that. He's spoken extensively about first responders and their importance in India. He's spoken extensively, written extensively about critical engineering issues, which are important in understanding the entire issue of road safety. In as much as he's seen change, in numerically and certifiably visible change in certain areas, I'm sure he would remain disappointed at the overall numbers of road fatalities which we have in India. But he's a great thinker on this, and it is my privilege to have Piyush Tiwari with me on the stage. Please. So Piyush, it's been what, about 15 years since we've been talking about this? The numbers still, as far as India is concerned, are, let's face it, staggeringly poor. We lose, what, 450 lives every single day on an average. We were talking about safer cars now, and that will bring down fatalities. But that's just not enough, is it? Why do we continue to have this glaring statistic year after year?
Sure. Firstly, Vishnu, thank you so much for that generous introduction. For me, it's lovely to be here, especially with you and having this conversation. As you rightly said, we've been in discourse for a decade and a half about this. I think when Save Life and I look at this issue, our we almost instantly go to the data that is available, right? So we talk about X number of people dying every year. But what we oftentimes don't delve into is that who are these people? So 65% of people who are getting killed on roads in our country come from extremely vulnerable economic backgrounds. They are not the people who are going to be driving in those safe cars. They are people who are outside of cars. They are pedestrians, they are cyclists, they are two-wheeler riders. They are the people who ride rickety buses in hilly areas that go down the gorges. And it's them who are getting the most drastically affected on the roads. When we look at the policy framework and the efforts being carried out to save lives on our roads, we see a monumental effort happening on the car safety side, which is incredible. I think India has come a long way since we started this work.
5 stars for all cars in the
Really
Mahindra
incredible,
range.
right?
Maruti now coming out with cars, 5 stars. That's
Absolutely.
incredible.
How
It's
many
just such a
5-star
difference.
buses exist in India?
That's true.
Right?
Don't.
So I think the challenge is how many 5-star buses, how many 5-star roads exist in India, how many 5-star trucks exist in the country. So I think the challenge that we are really grappling with is that this is really an equity issue and a moral issue as opposed to just being a scientific or a safety issue, right? And I think unless we start looking at this from a rights perspective, we will not be able to completely resolve and completely solve this challenge.
Sure. Piyush, it's not just those who economically support families who are impacted by car crashes and therefore an entire family gets impacted. We often think about the number on fatalities, but we don't often talk about the number of those who are people who survive with paralysis, very serious injuries, life-altering, family-altering, and that is a reality which perhaps you can reflect on.
No, absolutely. Even when we talk about some of these crashes, especially, there's been this discourse around wearing seatbelt in the back seat. It's pure physics, right? It's inertia. And what people don't realize is that if you're not wearing a seatbelt in the back seat, what we see when we investigate crashes forensically is that we find, in about 32% of cases that we've investigated, we found bodies lying outside of vehicles. They've been ejected. We found people interacting with B pillars, A pillars of the vehicle and, having serious injury there. So the injury part is one, is how it's suffered. The second part is rehabilitation, right? When we talk about trauma care, or when you will think about trauma care, I think most people, when they hear the word trauma care, they think about ambulances.
Yeah.
But we don't think about what's going to happen post-care to bring that person back into the society again. And I think that's the other challenge that we are facing is that if there are 500,000 people getting injured each year, there are about 7.5 to 8 million people over the last 15 years who are with us today, but who are not productive, who are still grievously injured, whose life is not the same anymore. So I think there's a social net required that looks at even trauma care holistically as a policy. And we have recently petitioned the Honorable Supreme Court to look at trauma care from a systems perspective.
Sure.
And Supreme Court, not because the Government of India is not moving on it, Government of India is doing a fair amount of work, but it's on the state list, and different states are doing different things. So we have to create cohesion in some form, so the injury aspect can also get addressed.
One of your biggest breakthroughs was in pushing through the Good Samaritan law, and our parliamentarians came across, it was passed by Parliament, it's a huge challenge, but I think people just don't know enough about it. And I think the urge is still to drive by, unfortunately, when you see somebody sick on the road or somebody in an accident on the road. It's a terrible thing to do, and yet people do it all. And one of the thoughts is that the moment I try and save someone, I'm going to go to the cops, and then there's going to be a case, I'm going to have to depose. But the Good Samaritan law protects Good Samaritans, right?
Absolutely, and I would love to use this channel to convey to everyone that as on date, if you step forward to help an injured person on the road, you can't be detained at a hospital, you can't be compelled to share your personal contact information, and if in case you choose to be a witness in the case, your examination will be wrapped up on an expeditious basis by the courts as per law. So that law exists today, and as you rightly said, not many people know about it. But interestingly, what gives me a sort of a bit of hope is that in 2013, we had done a national survey to see how many people would come forward to help the injured. And at that time, 3 out of 4 people said no.
Yeah.
We did another survey earlier this year, doing the cities we had covered and slightly more number of cities. And interestingly, today, 3 out of 4 people are willing to come forward to help the injured. So there has been a bit of a switch in terms of willingness. I'm not saying that it's converting into action, but there's definitely more willingness to come forward and help the injured. So there is some progress, but I think we have to, again, look at it from a systems perspective and get the state governments to start implementing it in a manner that reaches the last mile. It has to become part of the school curriculums. It has to become part of the first aid training setups. So I think there is some effort underway, but we are a large country, and I think it will take a little bit of time to get there.
And linked to the Good Samaritan is obviously the first responder. The first responder is usually the Good Samaritan. And then we need to talk a little bit about the golden hour. That's when a person lives or dies. How important is that?
So I want to ask a question here. How many people know what number to call if you see an injured person on the road?
Anyone? What number do you call?
What number will you call?
When you see somebody injured on the road? Raise your hand, anybody?
What emergency number will you call for help?
Yeah.
108, okay.
Okay.
112.
Is it 112?
112. Anybody else? Talk loudly.
Is it 112?
What else? Any other numbers that come to your mind?
He's already spoken.
Okay.
Anybody else? Okay, Piyush, go ahead with your
So
point.
the point is that India, at this point of time, does not have a universal access number. We don't have a 911, right? And that's the starting point of care.
Yeah.
Who do you call for help?
Yeah.
There are people who said 108. 108 doesn't exist in Delhi. It exists in Noida. It exists in Gurgaon, but not in Delhi.
Right.
So who do you call for help? You call 112, police will come. You need to call 102 to get an ambulance in Delhi, right? So the challenge starts from there. When the help is arriving, you need to have a good Samaritan that will look after the injured person. Not many people, as you said, are aware about the Good Samaritan law. When the ambulance arrives, is it competent enough to actually provide care, or is it simply taxiing the person to the hospital? That requires standards for ambulances, standards for paramedics, and so on and so forth. When the ambulance is on its way to the hospital, are they informing the hospital? Do they know which hospital to take the victim to? When a prominent billionaire met with a road crash in Maharashtra, he was first taken to a primary health center with a brain injury.
Right.
Right? So the ambulances themselves don't know where to take the victims, right? When they arrive at the hospital, does the hospital have the facilities to take care of that entire piece? Now, the reason I'm sort of giving you this sense is because all of this together is what we call the chain of survival. You need to have each of these systems in place to be able to ensure that the victim survives.
Yeah.
And then there are some more, right? So the idea is that unless you create a system under which everything from who to call to which hospital to take the person to, all of these things are clearly outlined and defined, you will never have a competent trauma care system in the country.
Sure.
Even today, 54% of people who are dying despite having treatable injuries. They can potentially be saved. But we're losing them because this chain is disconnected at some form. I went to a district recently, to a district hospital, and that district hospital referred 100% of brain trauma cases to the next city.
Right.
There's an 80% fatality rate during transit. So you need systems in place. So we know what is to be done. I think the time has now come to put those systems and structures in place so that we can address this issue more decisively.
And a final question, briefly, because it is personal to you. You've suffered immensely yourself. That's one of the reasons why you're into this passion or this effort to save lives, right?
Yeah, I was in the private sector. I was in private equity. I was working in the US for some time. And then I lost a young family member to a road crash, a child actually, in the family to a road crash here. And I think that's what propelled me to start looking at the issue in the first place. But we built Save Life as an institution that's fortunately independent of just my own philosophy and thought. I think we've got a great team of close to 100 people full time that are now looking at this issue scientifically with passion. And I think my biggest success has been to create an institution that is dedicated to just resolving this no matter what happens. But yes, I think many of us here would know people who've suffered. Many of us may have directly suffered because of road crashes. And I think it's important for all of us to come together and ensure that the pain and trauma that we understand is something that does not get transferred to other families overall.
Piyush, thank you very much for speaking to us.
Thanks
Always
so much,
wonderful
Vishnu.
to get these ideas from you and get a reality check on the challenges that we face. Thank you very much indeed.
Thanks a lot.
Come. Come. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Tiwari. Thank you, Vishnu. Now, for our next session, along with the adoption of electric vehicles, there is an increased focus on NEVs or new energy vehicles. The idea is to move towards sustainability, green technology, and better energy efficiency. And this presents a great opportunity for me to introduce our next session on green miles. The panel discussion will be moderated by Ambika Singh Kama, and the participants on the panels are Jyoti Malhotra, Managing Director, Volvo Cars India, and Satinder Singh Bajwa, Chief Commercial Officer, JSW MG Motor India. Gentlemen, if you could please. Thank you.
Come, please come. Thank you. Please come. Yeah. This is my camera. Thank you. Welcome to the next session today at the NDTV Auto Conclave. Let's talk about the dawn of new energy vehicles, a pivotal discussion on the transformative shift in India's automotive landscape. As the world transitions towards a more sustainable future, new energy vehicles are emerging as a game changer. With the government's push for electrification, NEVs are poised to revolutionize the way India moves. Today, we delve into the opportunities, challenges, and future prospects of NEVs in India and explore how these vehicles can propel the country towards a cleaner, greener, and a more sustainable transportation future. And of course, joining us today, we have Mr. Jyoti Malhotra, MD, Volvo Cars India, and we have with us Mr. Satinder Singh Bajwa, Chief Commercial Officer, JSW MG Motors. It's really a pleasure to have you both with us. I think to begin with, I would want to know about what both the companies are doing. Let's begin with you, Jyoti. Let's talk about Volvo. What really are they doing when it comes to a more sustainable future?
First of all, thank you to have me here in this conclave. And I think it's very apt that we're talking about new energy vehicles.
Yes.
Because at Volvo, we are pushing towards a future which is more sustainable and with electrification in the center. Our aim is that over a period of time, we believe that we need to push for electrification. By end of this decade, we want to get to a higher number of electric cars.
Yeah.
And that is required because it is not that our company needs it. I think it is required from a larger perspective because the planet needs it. Because I think sustainability is something which we need to solve and we need to take care of now. I think we live in India, we see the sort of pollution we had, I think, a month back, and this is a regular phenomena. And we need to do something about it. And it is not just in India, I think this is a global problem. Climate change is here and now. And we are seeing the sort of phenomena which is happening across the globe in different parts of the world, unheard of things. So I think we need to do something. And what we believe is that as an auto company, we are part of the problem in a way, and hence we need to be part of the solution.
Absolutely.
And hence we believe that new energy vehicles are important, and within that our focus is on electrified cars, what we call as car with a cord. So this could be pure electric cars, or they could be hybrid, or they could be plug-in hybrids. But I think we need to move towards more greener energy, and that's what we are working towards. And as I said, it is not just about making cars or making electric cars. Sustainability is a much larger context. It depends upon how we make our cars, how we design our cars, what material are used in the car, and how the factories are being made. So sustainability is all pervasive. It cannot be only about cars. Car obviously will be in the center, but everything around it has to be also taken care of.
I think that's a
so
very
there's a lot
valid
of things that we
point.
do around it.
Everything around it, not just about
Yes.
the cars, and it affects each one of us. Satinder, your take on what the company is doing?
So thank you very much, first of all, for having us here, and namaskar to all of you. I think as JSW MG Motors India, I just tell you one thing, that out of the total portfolio that we have today and what we sell in the Indian market, almost 60% of that, more than 60%, what we sell is new energy vehicles, right? As an organization, we are a very environment conscious organization right from the beginning. And we know what role as a responsible manufacturer that we need to play. And therefore, we were pioneers in terms of bringing in the good technology, EVs, to the country. And we continue to do that. I think going forward also, our major focus and thrust is going to be on bringing in the new technology and EVs to the market. Yeah. So this itself, reaffirms our commitment to the society, to the environment, that yes, as JSW MG Motor India, we are committed. And I always keep saying one thing, that it's our responsibility as this generation, we have to take care of our next generation, which we have produced ourselves.
It's a nice, absolutely. It
Right?
is. I think we need to take that on us, for our children, for the future.
Yes.
So now that we know about the commitment, Jyoti, if I can ask you, now we know sustainable mobility isn't really an option, right? We need to look, when you've spoken about the commitment, Jyoti, if I can ask you, what are the initiatives or the strategies that are necessary to position our country, India, as the hub for green mobility solutions?
So I think to start with, government has come out with a very clear mobility mission. And government is talking about bringing almost 30% electric cars as far as possible. But I think in India, as we keep hearing, India is a land of 1,000 problems and we need 1,000 solutions. So I believe in India, we need to move towards new energy in different formats. So I think we talk about electric being in the center. We are talking about hybrids nowadays. There is a talk about biofuels. I think we need everything. That is for sure. And I think government is clear in long run. I think electric will play a very, very critical role. And specifically, if I talk from an Indian perspective again, why electric makes all the sense. I think there are many reasons, but I would say three. One, which I just spoke about, I think with regard to pollution, we need to ensure that we make our cities more livable. And I think electric offers the best solution there. That's, I think, comes to the core. But we also know that when it comes to IC engines, we are dependent on oil imports. Yeah. And we need to cut it down. And again, electric, I think the way we are now moving towards more and more green energy production in India, EVs will make a lot of sense from that perspective also. And I think we can be self-sufficient when it comes to EVs. It will take time, but I think we are in that direction. And third, I believe that India, in a way, we are now third biggest car market in the globe in terms of pure numbers, but not value, but yes, numbers. But I think we missed the bus earlier when I think auto industry was taking over. Now is India's time. We are already number 3, and we are number 3 with a car per capita car of around 24, 25 per thousand. And I think we can, I think you look at globe, US, UK are more than 900, even China, I think around 250. So there is a miles we have to go. So if we can now move towards more greener energy, more electric cars, and I think not only in terms of pollution and oil import, but also in terms of creating a very sustainable auto industry in India.
Oh, yeah.
I think we can be the leaders in EVs. We keep hearing about what is happening in other countries, but I think let's look at what we can do here.
Yeah.
And I believe here's our chance. And it makes all the sense that we, I think as a country, each company is focusing. I think we heard from Satyendra about JSW, MG. I think at Volvo, we are driving electric in a very big way. I think that's the future. And we should all strive towards that. Obviously, government is doing also a lot. I think if you look at whether it is from a PLI perspective or from a
Policy
GST
making as
perspective
well,
or from a FAME perspective, there's a lot of support. All we need now, in my view, is continuity. I think what we don't like is things changing overnight. So I think if we have these things continue, and with a very clear guideline if you're talking about, because this change and adoption will not happen overnight. We need to be patient and ensure that we keep pushing ourselves in the right direction, the sustainable direction.
Okay.
And for that, continuity is very important. What we have is really good.
Continuity and persistence,
Please
I
continue.
think. Yeah, absolutely. Satyendra, what do you think when we talk about green mobility as a solution, whether it's the government initiatives or whether it's the strategies, what are your thoughts on that?
No, I think government has been quite supportive. Let me admit that. The only issue where I see is in terms of consistency, right? If we are really serious about EV adoption in the country, and frankly speaking, consumers need some support for EV adoption. If we really need to speed it up, I think what we are looking at is, especially from the state governments, we want consistency in the policies, right? There are a lot of state governments who have come forward and who are now supporting EV adoption. But sometimes what happens is there's some relief given for a period of 2 months, 3 months, it's again taken off. So I think we need a little longer roadmap and more consistent policies.
Okay.
So you asked about adoption.
Yeah.
See, there are 4 or 5 major reservations which a consumer has today towards a green mobility or an EV or a EV adoption. I think one is, as an industry, we all have to play a very responsible role in terms of getting the consumer over these, helping him come out of these anxieties, what you may call it. Once those are taken care of, I'm sure EV adoption will take pace. And I believe there is no substitute to it. All of us have seen what has happened in Delhi in the last 15, 20 days. All of us know what kind of air we have been
breathing,
intaking. So I think that's the way going forward.
Yeah, I think everybody needs to come together for adoption, and consumers definitely play a very critical role. If I can ask you about working together, like Satyendra just said, everybody needs to come together. Just talking about collaborations, what do you think, whether it's the industry players, whether you think, again, just government agencies, to bring about an impactful change, what should be done?
I think if you really ask me, one key area where I think all of us can come together in our own ways, it is about setting up the infrastructure, charging infrastructure at a very high pace. I think it's happening, but it's happening which is probably not yet visible. I think it will start becoming visible very soon, I believe. But this is one area where we need to look at from whether it's manufacturers or whether there are now CPOs, whether there is government. I think this is one clear area where if we put all our energy and focus together, that will take care of a lot of anxiety away. Because this is a new technology. There is more than anxiety, I would say, there is a lot of what we call as fear of unknown.
Yeah.
This is a new technology, people have not yet tasted it. What we see as a phenomena is, when somebody goes forward and decides to buy an electric car, for every one person who tells that, okay, go ahead and buy it, there are 9 who say, no, hold on, and that is coming from this fear of unknown. People have not yet tasted it. The reality is people who are driving these cars, who are using these cars, and at least who have a home charging solution, are able to really use this car in a very good way. So I think when we talk about the charging infrastructure, it is one is, I think, public charging. Second is all the discoms need to come together. I think we need to have a uniform policy that it should become very easy to install a home charger. And we need to come out with policy for residential areas, especially high-rise areas where I think people have their parking lots. When you buy a flat, you get a parking lot along with it. But how do you get your charger installed there?
Yes.
It's a challenge. How I think government needs to come out with a clear policy mandating that this needs to be taken care of. Yeah. All the new societies which are coming, probably they are coming with a solution. But what happens to
the older ones and who want to switch? Yeah.
So we need something on that front also. So I think charging again is has to be again a 360-degree thing. Public charging, home charging. Then I think as automakers, we are pushing what we can do at our retailers and other places. So I think all needs to come together. And that will take care in a very big way.
So just taking from what you said, fear of the unknown, I think for all, our guests here, for the viewers, Satinder, I want to ask you, what really are the challenges, if you can help us understand, of EV adoption? I think that's something we all would want to know.
So I think I'll just expand from what Jyoti said. And I would first say, as a manufacturer, I think it's very important that we bring out quality products for the consumer. You have to have, give the consumer the right kind of product so that he believes in what we are saying, whether it is in terms of range, it is in terms of safety. I think that's very, very apt and very important. Now, coming back to it, while charging infrastructure, let me tell you one thing, charging infrastructure over a period of time will happen. Government is very conscious about this. In fact, I was surprised to see that all the new highways that are coming up, every 30 to 40 kilometers, there's a fast charger that is being installed. You have a lot of public chargers which are in place. Now, the problem that you see is most of these public chargers which are put in place are not functional. When they are non-functional, that means there is no utility of these as of now. They are not being used because had they been used, then they would have been in a right condition. They would have been really functional. And let me also quote one more data for you. The research that we've got it done through various agencies shows that 85% of the consumers, they charge the EVs at their house.
So when they go out for a longer period of time.
So it's more in the mind right now when it comes to charging infrastructure. Second thing is, with the batteries are also now, battery technology is evolving. In fact, you'll be surprised that going forward, I think the day is not far when you'll have an electric car giving about 1,000 kilometers in a single charge. So just tell me that where is a range anxiety or a charging infrastructure going to be that important in those contexts when you have these kind of technology? And you also heard Dr. Anish Shah talking about the new cars giving 600 kilometers and all that stuff, which means in a week, probably you'll have to charge the car once.
So when we are blending, luxury and sustainability, right? If we're looking at that, Satinder, do you think hybrid is a good solution for the customers?
So hybrid in the interim could be a solution, but it is not something which eliminates your pollution. Because either you have plug-in hybrids, right? Either you talk of a plug-in hybrid technology, which to a large extent helps you because during the day you are running it on electric, and if you're going out of station, you could switch over to gasoline. Yeah. But if you talk of mild hybrids or solid hybrids, which are there in play right now, they are not the right solution to me because after about 20 kilometers or 30 kilometers, the moment the engine achieves that speed, it switches on to, converts to a gasoline. So these are not the ideal solutions according to me, right? Okay. But for the time being, to switch over to electric, this is just an interim arrangement that is there. Now, I think, let me tell you 2-3 more things which are very important, which are currently becoming big deterrent for consumer towards EV adoption. I think the whole infrastructure, the whole ecosystem has to develop. One of the concerns that a consumer has apart from charging infrastructure is also the resale value of the car. Because for ICE vehicles, for the last 20-30 years, you have a very well-established resale value system. Yes. Here, and in India, customer changes a car every 4 or 5 years. He's very concerned about the resale value of the car after 4 or 5 years, right? So this ecosystem has to get developed. Second, he also has a concern or an anxiety in his mind, unlike a ICE vehicle, which has an engine in it. If something goes wrong, it gets repaired. So what will happen to a battery life?
The battery
While we
life.
talk about 8 years, 6 years, is the battery going to retain a similar kind of life for 6 years or 8 years or 10 years? So I think these are some of the anxieties which a consumer carries in his mind, which over a period of time have to come over. Today, EV is largely a city phenomena. Unless until it becomes a intercity phenomena, this it
long
won't
distance,
catch that
yeah.
kind of speed. So it will only happen if there is a charging infrastructure, as Jyoti mentioned, and you have the right kind of technology, good technology vehicles available, which have good range without getting, that anxiety of getting stuck on the way.
I think very often as a customer, are kind of confused about disposal. So any of you could take that because you think, is it sustainable when we need to dispose of a battery? Because one reads a lot about that, that is a challenge.
No, so I think the technology is now developed to a level, and I think that is again what I said earlier. The fear of unknown comes in because people have not seen yet what happens after 8 years because everybody is offering a 8-year warranty, so there is a perception that gets developed. But the reality is, these batteries can actually get refurbished.
Okay.
Their health after end of 8 years are going to be really, really still very good. And if you see globally, I think there are countries like Norway and many other countries where EVs have been selling for quite a long time. And over a period of time, when this fear, when you overcome this fear, everything is taken care of. So resale value is now not a problem because people have gone through the cycle. They have seen what happens to the battery, how the refurbishment is done. And I think now with the newer technologies, I think refurbishment could be done even at the cell level. So you don't need to really replace the whole battery. That's again a fear of unknown. Batteries can get very easily refurbished. Obviously, we need the right infrastructure, right technology to make it work. And I think people will see this when this actually happens. So we have been selling now EVs in India for the last 1 or 2 years and only handfuls have been sold. Unfortunately, maybe the first cars that we sold here probably were not of the best technology. Yeah. That has led to some perceptions which may not be correct. But the reality is today, if a car is offering you 400, 500 kilometer range and you get a home charging solution and you get a decent financing done and a OEM who stands by their technology, I think people who are crossing the line and buying EVs will actually cherish because the cost of ownership of these cars is really, really very, very low. Yeah. And I think it really makes sense from purely from a cost of ownership perspective alone.
Okay, so I think even for the customers to know that. Jyoti, if I can just ask you about, when we look at the Indian auto sector, about the impact on our economy. When we look at the GDP, we will look at contribution or even when we're looking at job sector.
See, I think auto industry is at the core of any economy. So is true for India also. I believe of the manufacturing sector, auto contributes 40-50% already. And when you actually, this is only what is visible on the surface. If you start going down the chain or up the chain, the tier suppliers, tier 1, tier 2 suppliers who feed into this industry, and then people who are associated with the industry in terms of financing, in terms of used cars, in terms of retailers. So I think the value chain is huge and it is already creating huge jobs. But as I said earlier, I think this is the time in India that if we change tracks and set up a strong focus on new energy vehicles, we can actually now take a leadership both in becoming a center of, I think, for India to manufacture EVs and other cars, which will lead to even higher generation of employment, not only what is visible as OEMs and retailers, but much more beyond that in terms of supply chain. Supply chain is where the real, I think, manufacturing depth will be tested, and we need to ensure that we take care of that. And I think it's the right time, and government knows this. Government is pushing hard, and we will see auto continue to play a very, very important role in the Indian GDP, and more so going forward. And we have a huge export potential also.
Export potential, okay. Yeah. Satinder, I just want to, ask you, but we've spoken about, we know we don't really have a choice when we're talking about sustainability vehicles, how the sector, it plays an important role. If you can also just tell us, how can the NEVs be made more accessible and affordable? Because that's something very important for every customer to know, I think.
So, I think I will add one more point to the earlier discussion that you had where we talked about the life of batteries. While Jyoti talked about, you could extend the life of these batteries, but I want to quote a very interesting example.
Yeah.
What we have started doing is that if there is an issue with a battery and because we want the customer to have that confidence, so normally we change the whole battery pack. So what we do is this battery pack is perfectly fine. We are utilizing these battery packs to power some of the schools in Uttarakhand. So, in the rural India, there is a challenge as far as electricity is concerned in certain parts of the country. So we have taken up this thing, and as part of our corporate social responsibility, we are doing this kind of stuff with these batteries. So this is giving a second life to the batteries, right? So this is one. Now coming back to your point, how to improve accessibility.
And affordability.
And affordability.
Yeah.
See, this is one point which we missed out, that today there is a difference in if you look at a car of a similar size in ICE and a similar size in EV, there is a price parity. Definitely, say about 20-30% is the difference between the two of them. So what you could do is, so what we did, in fact, we did a very innovative thing very recently, and this is probably for the first time in the world, globally. We introduced something called as a battery as a service. So we said that you buy this car at 9.99 lakhs, say example, and that's the cost of a ICE vehicle in that particular segment. I'm talking of a B segment SUV,
Sure.
which normally costs about in the similar range, right? So we said you buy the vehicle at 9.99, that's the cost of your any ICE vehicle, and you take the battery on rent. So you are actually renting out the battery. Now, battery is not a separate unit.
Component,
It is part of the car itself. But as you pay for the gasoline, because you buy a ICE vehicle,
Yeah, you have to
but you visit a fuel station and you pay for the
pay for the
gasoline,
fuel,
right?
yes.
So here what we said, you buy this car. So we have two financing programs for you. So one is for the car, as you normally do it. And second is you get a battery finance from us. And you pay the rental for the battery per kilometer that you drive. So that was working out to about 3 rupees 50 paisa per kilometer. And even if I add 1 rupee charging cost to it, it works about 4 rupees 50 paisa per kilometer. Now look at, in comparison to this, an ICE vehicle's running cost is anywhere between 8 to 10 rupees per kilometer.
Yes.
So, right? So the vehicle is yours. The running cost is actually half of what it is. And also in terms of affordability, to make it,
In the long
make
run.
the price at the cost of an ICE, you have actually given the car to him at the cost of an ICE only.
Yeah. So I think that's really well put. Just closing remarks, we know mobility is an option. Again, blending sustainability as well as luxury. Why is it so important, NEVs? A quick closing remark.
No, I think I had said it earlier as well. For India, it makes all the sense. We need to cut import of oil. We need to generate more employment. That means we can strengthen our economy and make India as a manufacturing hub for EVs. And obviously, we need to also cut pollution. So it makes all the sense, and we should focus. And as Satinder also said, do it consistently and with continuity in policies. I think it will make a big difference.
Satinder?
So, our Honorable Minister, Shri Nitin Gadkari ji, is carrying a dream that India should become the largest auto industry in the world, right? And I am a very firm believer, because any country which has a very progressive auto industry, it reflects the progress of that country.
Yes.
So I think what we should be bothered about is the right kind of technology and the auto industry which is environment conscious. And we must promote this industry because it is a big contributor to the GDP of the country. Yeah. It's almost 40%, 50% of the manufacturing sector.
Yes.
And it's the highest, it also offers the highest human employment in the country. Yeah. So to me, I think auto industry has to move forward, and we have to become maybe the largest industry in the world. And we should become the manufacturing hub for the global industry.
Plays a very, very important role for the economy, and also being, I think, more conscious about the decisions I think all companies take. It's really been a pleasure to have you both with us today here at the NDTV Auto Conclave. And thank you for sharing your expertise, because I think we all have learned really a lot about the NEVs, which is the need of the hour. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thanks for having us.
fine. No, no, you're fine.
Right. Thank you, Mr. Bajwa. Thank you, Mr. Malhotra. Quite an interesting, insightful session. Now, the first thing that you notice about any automobile is its design. An evocative design is worth its weight in gold. And today, I have the pleasure of introducing the individual who set the gold standard in Indian automotive design, Pratap Bose, who is the Chief Design and Creative Officer, Mahindra Group, who is joining us virtually from London. His latest designs are already creating waves in India, the Mahindra BE6 and the XEV9E. May I request Vishnu Shom to begin the session on the future of automotive design. Thank you.
Well, I'm delighted to be here with Pratap Bose, the visionary chief designer behind Mahindra's striking vehicle lineup. Known for his transformative designs at Mahindra, Pratap will share insights into the creative process that's redefining Indian automotive aesthetics, from the radical electric vehicles like the B6 and XEV9E to the rugged charm of the Thar. Discover how Bose blends innovation with tradition. We'll delve into the future of car design, sustainable materials, and what it takes to make cars that not only drive but also inspire. Pratap Bose, wonderful to speak to you. I've been looking forward to this conversation. My first question, what specific design choices were made for the B6 and the XEV9E to differentiate them in a crowded EV market? How do these decisions reflect Mahindra's strategy to perhaps stand out from a global standpoint?
Thank you, Vishnu. Thank you, NDTV. What a pleasure to be here, albeit virtually. Vishnu, you know, in the life of a car designer, you have very few chances to actually start with a clean sheet of paper. And, you know, when we started this whole project in 2021, you know, around June, July, when I joined the company, it was literally a clean sheet of paper. And I had a one-line brief from Rajesh, you know, Rajesh Jejurikar, who's the executive director. He just said, you know, Pratap, design a set of EVs which are truly desirable, you know, design a set of cars which are truly desirable, and then they happen to be EVs. So that's the thought process we went in with. Vishnu, we were also creating our new electric origin architecture called InGlow. So it was an amazing time to work with the engineers, the product planners, to really define what this future EV lineup would be. And in August 22, we actually showed 5 vision cars. And, you know, just earlier last month, or 26th of November, we brought 2 of those into the world.
Pratap, I've always been fascinated, and do give me your sort of take on aesthetics and design versus engineering. You can draw up the Starship Enterprise, but then an engineer would tell you that, sorry, that ain't happening. So in the case of these 2 vehicles, which have such a radical design, and obviously design influences which in a sense reflect you and your vision, was there ever a challenge working with engineers who felt that, no, you know, we can't do this, it pushes boundaries, it pushes costs, or did you ultimately get your way?
You know, Vishnu, I have an amazing partner in engineering. He's the Chief Technical Officer, Veluswamy. And, you know, all of us were very clear we're going to create a set of vehicles that not only India, but nobody has seen before. And, you know, that was really the vision with which we went into the whole project. And, you know, the engineers at MRV, and you're quite right, I mean, without the engineers and their passion, you know, it's impossible to make these kind of shapes and these kind of, you know, SUVs come true, actually. So I must say, while design gets a lot of eyeballs and attention, the collaboration with the MRV team is spectacular. It's not something I've experienced before, I can tell you that. And of course, there are challenges. I mean, you know, Vishnu, if I'm honest with you, we as a company have never actually designed a grounds up electric origin vehicle, nor the architecture, nor the engineering, or the design of it. So we almost didn't know what we didn't know, and you know, there was a certain level of naivety almost, and we said, look, this is the vision. We will do everything in our power, and Velu and his team, you know, supported to get these visions literally into the showroom. So we went from a sheet of paper, like I say, sheet of paper to a sheet of steel in less than 3 years. And I think that just shows the commitment and drive of the teams across Mahindra. We were so excited about this, you know. So I think that helped us overcome any, you know, natural sort of conflicts or trade-offs that you're going to face between the customer, the engineering, the design, and, you know, keeping customer, you know, above everything else, Vishnu, I think helps a lot. It really, you know, gives you a direction when you are, you know, maybe struggling with a couple of, you know, challenges in engineering or design. So right. I think amazing vision to push through.
How is it helpful to you as a designer, as an aestheticist, as an aesthete, to have the ability to design a car from the ground up, that you aren't just plugging in a battery into a car which is already made with a petrol engine in mind, right? How does it change the design parameters, the safety parameters, and other engineering parameters?
Yeah, Vishnu, look, when we design a car, it takes us 3 to 4 years to design one. And then the car stays in the market for about 7 years. So when I'm sketching something today on paper, we have to think of a product life of 10 to 11 years. Now, if you look at the mobile phone world, Vishnu, there's probably, you know, 12 or 13 iterations of a product in those 10 to 12 years. So you have to think that far out. Now, coming to, you know, the difference between a ICE vehicle and an electric origin, it all starts with the battery pack. You know, we wanted a certain range, we wanted a certain performance for the product. So we started with the 79 kilowatt, you know, kilowatt hour battery pack, and then we built it from there. You know, we have a very strong SUV DNA, and that's something we didn't want to lose. So if you look at the, you know, 210 millimeter ground clearance, the 20-inch wheels, the length of the hood, you know, it all starts from that battery pack, and then you build out. And you know, and that's what it was. It was right from the first sketch and the first almost thermocol model, you know, 2.5 years ago. The management team really were excited by what we were doing in the studio and in Chennai. And you know, when we showed those thermocol models to the management team, they said, "Look, we really want these," and that's the ultimate result of your work, right? People should really desire it. And you know, Vishnu, we've been showing the car now since 26th of November, or both the cars, and the response has been overwhelming. And I think, you know, people are looking at EVs as a category very differently just because of how these two SUVs perform and what they look like and the features they have, you know. So it's a real game-changing moment, I think, in the EV world in India, certainly.
What about the interior, the layout and the ergonomics? That's something you worked on. The B6 and the XEV9e, quite radical in many ways. You know, LED displays, glass panels, I should call them that. They seem to be stretching on forever now. And it's such an important design element. So between style and substance, because there are those, for example, who prefer a more tactile touch to, for example, air conditioning controls, etc., etc. It's a personal choice. How did you think of, you know, as you went along with the design of these vehicles?
Vishnu, the cockpit, as I like to call it, is really inspired by, the fighter jets and sort of private jets, So you have the glass cockpit in many, aeroplanes currently, and you have some overhead controls. So, the B6 has that influence. That the 9E gets this, edge to edge glass cockpit. Um, Vishnu, it's a result of what customers want and what we can offer as an OEM. Using the fastest brain in the automotive industry, the Snapdragon chip, really allows us to deliver, information and entertainment of a level that's unseen today. And to really take advantage of that, therefore, we have these edge-to-edge displays. But you're quite right, Vishnu, it's always a balance. If you look at the safety point of view, it's always a balance between driver distraction and what you want to present to the driver or the occupants. So we have now, for example, voice control, so you can do most of the things with your voice, raising the temperature, increasing the speed. I remember years ago when Apple dropped the physical home button, there was a huge reaction to that. And today we don't even question it, right? Because it becomes a part of the way you use products. But you're quite right. I think, a physical and a digital balance is important. There are some controls we've therefore kept physical still, but many others, Vishnu, I think there are new ways of communicating with the car. One is, of course, touch, but voice is coming along in a huge way. We've worked a lot on natural voice recognition, and that allows many accents to be understood by the car. And so doing basic functions like air conditioning, speed, opening the sunroof, that can all be done by voice now.
You were talking about fighter jets and design influences. One of the big problems or issues or concerns that fighter jet designers actually face is they've got multifunction displays which have far too much information. They've got helmet-mounted displays which have got way too much information, and that it is a sensory overload for the pilot. I sense that in EVs around the world, particularly with glass screens becoming so common, we are approaching that stage when there is simply too much information. How do you go about the business of deciding that, okay, that's enough and no more?
Yeah. So, Vishnu, we have a completely customizable, interaction and display. You can have as much or as little as you want on the system, with your apps, etc. Much like you have on your phone. There are some people who have hundreds of apps on their phone and some who have just a few essentials. And I think that's what we allow the customer to do. The other important point you've touched on is what we call UI and UX, which is the human-machine interaction and interface. We spend an inordinate amount of time actually perfecting that how many menus do you have to go through to get to a certain function, and minimizing that is what we're after. You're quite right. If you're traveling on a highway, at 80 or 90 kilometers an hour, and you take your eyes off the road, even for a second or two, you could have already moved 30 to 40 meters in that time. So it's very critical we get this balance right, and that's why we have really built this capability within Mahindra, for the HMI and the UI UX experience, and you will see that as you experience the vehicles. It's quite refreshing to be able to, like you said, control or have as much or as little as you want. And you can sort of graduate through the process if required.
Yeah. Pratap, Mahindra is now an international company. I mean, you obviously have an Indian heart which will never go away, but you design for the world, you build for the world. But how do you as a designer balance Indian design influences in the auto sector, your own past experiences with an international feel? Because, a car for, let's say, just hypothetically, the Japanese market feeds into different sensibilities. A car for the American market, European market, different sensibilities. And you can't be making different cars for every market. You can make very small changes, in fact, once a car is made. So how do you deal with that?
That's absolutely right. Vishnu, I have never, any product I've designed, I've never seen it only through a purely Indian sort of market lens. I always, challenge the design team to think global, because India itself is global. Vishnu, you are having this auto conclave here today. Probably every global manufacturer is represented, in your conclave itself.
Yeah.
And of course the market. I mean, we're a vibrant market. There are markets around the world where there are only 2 or 3 players actually, surprisingly, so but in India you have literally the globe is in India. Many global launches are actually India first as well, and we've seen that recently over the last few years. So for us to keep this global ambition and a global level of design quality is very, very important. Now, when it comes to sensibilities, there, Vishnu, things like colors, materials, finishes, there is where we make those tweaks. So for example, Europe and some of the overseas markets are dominated by dark black interiors, the use of leather, etc. We, for example, in India prefer slightly lighter interiors. Also, love leather. We like some other finishes. So, for example, in the B6, Vishnu, we've done an amazing thing. Anywhere we've used the fabric, it's actually 50% recycled PET bottles, PET bottles. That for the first time we've used PET in a fabric for an automotive application, and that's the first in India, and we're really proud of that. And so there are small things along the way, but of course things like the sari, Vishnu, we have a full 90-degree opening front and rear door. You had mentioned the Thar, so the Rox has it, the B6 has it, the 9E has it. The doors really open wide because you need that level of ingress egress, as we call, with a sari or with a dhoti or with some traditional wear. So that's where we do those tweaks. We know that in India cars are used by the family more often than not. The rear middle seat, there's usually in European or overseas cars there'll be a big tunnel there, and you can't keep your legs and your knees are in your chest. Whereas we've gone for an absolutely flat floor, and you can sit really comfortably in that middle seat. So there are few things, and they may not be very apparent, but as you use the vehicle in our context, it starts, over time, you start appreciating some of these things. So we do small things, but they're very, very important.
And you've got the Thar Rox as well, which in many senses is not just a stretched Thar. It is fundamentally different in many ways. So when you designed the Thar Rox, when the team designed the Thar Rox, how important was it to perhaps explain that, it's not just stretching the chassis and putting in a larger set of wheels. There were many changes which affect obviously the dynamics of the vehicle, the capability of the car, safety concerns, etc., etc.
So, Vishnu, we've got 2 kinds of customers, who look at a Thar. One is, the real die-hard, adventure seekers, and they've all gone and bought, the Thar 3-door. And, in a market where 3-door vehicles actually are not supposed to even be, in existence. And we know, since we launched the Thar, what sort of appeal and business it's done. Now, so one is a set of customers who are upgrading from the current Thar onto the Rox. So they're already a part of the Thar family and franchise, but they want something more family oriented without losing the ability to go on adventures as and when needed. The other segment which we are seeing, which is a huge segment, and which is why we got this overwhelming response to the bookings, was people who look at the 4.2, 4.3, what we call compact SUVs. They come with a certain level of fit, finish, quality, features, materials that we thought would be important to bring into the Rox. So the Rox is actually much more luxurious than the original Thar 3-door is, purely because of these 2 kinds of customers, one who want to upgrade and the other who love the Thar but never thought it was practical enough for a large family, and went and bought another sort of mid-size SUV. we've seen a huge influx of customers from that segment in particular.
Right.
So it's really touched a chord, or somewhere, that appeal of the Thar, but in this, let's say, more civilized package, has really helped the Rocks become, very, very popular, I would say, in the short period of time that it's been out. We launched it on the 14th of August. In an hour, we got close to 180,000 bookings.
Yeah.
And, we are, of course, in the process of delivering to those. And already people who drive the Rocks, tell me, and they write to me on social media and otherwise, saying that what an identity it has, what a presence it has. And it's got an identity of its own. And you're quite right. I didn't want the Rocks to be with two more doors. I wanted it to be doors to more, so you could do much more with the Rocks.
Sure.
And that was the philosophy we went in with. And there are some elements which people discussed a lot at launch, the seat pillar, etc., etc. But once people see it on the road and see more of them, they truly appreciate that the Rocks is a product in its own right, well within the Thar franchise.
And a final question. When you wake up in the morning, do you have ideas in your head which you just pick up a sketch pen and start sketching? How do you think up a new car design?
So Vishnu,
there's so
I
much that you
always
can do.
have.
Yeah, go ahead.
So I always, have either a digital pen or a sketchbook with me. When I'm traveling, I draw on the. Well, there used to be boarding passes. There aren't anymore. But on napkins, on whatever piece of paper is available, on the menu, on a little sketchbook. You're constantly thinking, because, like I said, Vishnu, you have to be 10 to 12 years ahead of the curve. So whenever we have new projects, it's very, very important to push that boundary, to push the limit. Because, like I said, it takes us 3 or 4 years to design and engineer cars. And if on paper I have something I'm comfortable with and the management is comfortable with, then believe me, by the time you launch that product in 3 or 4 years, it would have already become dated.
Sure.
So I always aim for something that creates a little bit of discomfort in us in the design studio and in the management team.
Right.
But we know, and we've seen that, in those 3 years, people become used to it. And when you launch the car, you're absolutely smack bang on trend, if not ahead of it, as you can see in the two products.
Look, Pratap, it's always wonderful speaking to you. This is our first interview. We've interacted every now and again, but wonderful to get an idea of your thoughts, and congratulations on your vision, which is now out on the roads. Thank you very much indeed.
Thank you, Vishnu. Thank you, NDTV. Thanks a lot.
All right, well, there you have it, ladies and gentlemen, a look at some of the design influences of Mahindra and Pratap Bose, possibly India's finest automotive visionary and designer, talking about what they've just launched. Thank you very much for this session.
Thank you, Vishnu. The changes of today power the future that is tomorrow. And now we have a power-packed panel discussion which will be conducted in 2 parts. For the first part, we have Rahul Bharti, Executive Director, Maruti Suzuki India Limited. May I request Mugdha Mishra, Editor, NDTV Auto, to welcome Rahul San and begin the session.
Can we sit now? All right. Thank you so much for coming today.
Thanks, Mugdha. Is it audible?
Yes,
Okay.
we are just setting up everything.
Okay.
Take a couple of minutes. Maruti Suzuki, the one company that has been able to weather all sorts of challenges and remained on top of India's passenger vehicle segment. With changing consumer preferences, changing policies, and even changing powertrains, Maruti gears up to launch its first electric vehicle in India next month. I now have the privilege of speaking to Mr. Rahul Bharti, ED Maruti Suzuki Limited. Thank you so much, Rahul-san, for joining us today. Now, I know you are
Thanks,
going
Magda.
to launch EV, but I want to first dive straight into Maruti's position in global world. Uh, we have seen Maruti increase its export portfolio multifold over the last few years.
That's true.
So, what propelled you to do that, and how is the journey going, and how are you making sure that Maruti Suzuki becomes the global auto powerhouse?
I think multiple reasons. The first is the domestic demand growth alone cannot satisfy our ambition for Viksit Bharat. Whether it is for the country or for our company, our growth ambitions need a complementarity which can come from global trade. And exports is an ocean, global trade. India still has not captured a large part of the world. When we talk about the domestic market size, we are third in the world of the car market. We are the third largest car market of the world. But in terms of exports, we are probably around the 10th. The top 10 are in millions. We are still in lakhs. So we have an amazing amount of headroom ahead of us, and it's lying there to capture. It's opportunity share. It's not even market share. So whether it is for the country or for our company, it makes sense. It makes all sense to increase our exports drastically. And as you rightly said, in the past 3 years, we have tripled our exports, multiplied it by 3 times, and we'll probably treble it all over again in the next, let's say, 6 to 7 years by the turn of the decade. And we are exporting to about 100 countries of the world. That gives us a good base to expand our presence.
You know, e-Vitara, the EV that Maruti is expected to bring in Bharat Mobility next. Do you think a potential for exporting EVs from India? Can we become an export hub for EVs?
Yes, absolutely. In fact, till some time ago, we were living with this misconception that exports can happen only in areas where we have high economies of scale already, like IC engines, where we have got some entrenched competitive position. But then, our global parent, Suzuki, decided that the logic can be possibly turned on its head. We can use India to make it as our global manufacturing hub for exports. And as you rightly mentioned, for the electric SUV that we'll be launching, we'll be covering several markets of the world. Europe, Japan, and technologically advanced markets like that, demanding markets, Asia, and many other countries, maybe about 100 countries. Maybe the percentage of exports in that model will be higher than probably our traditional IC engine exports.
You know, you have hybrids. You have now going to be in EVs. You also have ICE. So what is the balance between these three that you think is optimum for Indian market?
Okay. We need more of all. Actually, there is no balance. We need as much as we can possibly sell for these clean technologies, whether it is EV, whether it is hybrids, whether it's biofuels. The idea is to minimize pure petrol and diesel engines because they put a tremendous burden on the economy in terms of oil imports. They have high CO2 emissions. So if we have to cut CO2 emissions, if we have to cut oil imports, we have to resort to these technologies. So IC engines will continue, but we would try to use them with biofuels, where possibly the carbon footprint can be even negative. compressed biogas, for instance, has a negative carbon footprint. And it's so contextual for India, it suits India's unique requirements ideally. So we'll be having EVs. Whatever part cannot be covered by EVs, we'll have strong hybrids, and we'll try to maximize that. We'll have biofuels, which is like ethanol, flex fuels, and we'll have compressed biogas. Our idea would be to minimize the pure petrol and diesel. And honestly, I think
Well,
no...
you have eliminated diesel.
Sorry?
Well, you have eliminated diesel.
Already, for several reasons. And at that point of time, many analysts mentioned that we are vacating a space. But we told our analysts that it will take possibly the market about 5 years to discover why Maruti took a right decision by vacating the diesel segment. Even if the emissions are lower in BS6 and progressively in BS7, there is always a doubt of them being carcinogenic, so we better avoid the decisions. Also, diesel as a fuel gets some kind of support from the government. The recovery is not much. So in a way, the focus of the policy is to support it for mass transport. Cars should not be the intended beneficiary of diesel.
All right, yeah, definitely, because it's supposed to be for mass transport and maybe for agriculture as well.
Maybe agriculture.
Now, hybrids specifically, government is not that supportive of hybrids as of now, as it is for EVs. So how do you see hybrids' role playing out for India's electrification journey?
I would not really go by that statement, because there is a stated letter right from the top, from the Honorable Prime Minister in our SIAM annual convention of the previous year, where he said that all technologies which are helping towards oil import and carbon emission reduction must be encouraged. And so there's a stated letter to that effect. And many departments or many policymakers that we speak to, including state governments, they are quite supportive. And it's just that the technology is slightly complex. There are some misconceptions about that technology, which whenever we get a chance to correct, people immediately come on board. And they said, oh, it's a wonderful technology. It can be an excellent complementarity to battery electric vehicle, and an excellent de-risking mechanism. If, for example, EVs have some kind of headwinds, they can be compensated for by hybrids.
You know, I'll play the devil's advocate here. One argument against hybrid, especially the plug-in hybrids, is that when they get the incentive, normal hybrids, the ones which are not plug-in, the car manages whether it's on battery or whether it's on petrol, depending on battery usage. It uses either the battery power or the petrol power. But when it's plug-in hybrid, which is the higher level of hybrid, what sometimes happens is that people get the benefit, but they don't actually charge their product, and they just use it on petrol, despite getting the benefit. So do you think government can, at some point, decide on how to go about incentivizing hybrid technology as well, so that people actually use the hybrid technology even when it is plug-in?
Excellent, and I'm impressed with your knowledge of these technologies. A strong hybrid vehicle, a car, it is the computer that decides the switch between IC engine and the battery plus motor combination in a very, very intelligent algorithm. The strategy is to keep the engine either cut off or in constant mode, no acceleration, no deceleration, and it generates a good amount of energy efficiency improvement, something like 35 to 45%, and theoretically it can go up to almost 50%. The user does not have a choice to run in pure petrol mode. In plug-in hybrids, it switches between and a pure EV, a battery EV, and a strong hybrid. So that way, it is the minimum that you are assured is a strong hybrid. I'm not aware if there are some models in the world which instead of using strong hybrid, use a petrol as a base. But if such models do exist, I think before incentivization, the government can put sufficient safeguards in place, and that is perfectly possible, so that it's used only in a strong hybrid mode or a BEV mode. But that holds for plug-in hybrids. And as of now, we don't have many in India.
Do you think an emission-based taxation structure is something that government should prioritize?
I think it makes a lot of sense. It does. It does. The reason it does is, I think it's the outcome that matters. Technologies can change. For instance, I'll give you a name of a technology which was not anywhere on the horizon 5 years ago, the hydrogen ICE engine. But suddenly it evolved, and it seems to be very promising, and it seems to do many of the disadvantages that fuel cell electric vehicles have. So it's very difficult to second-guess technology. Next, if the government gets into incentivizing the path rather than the end, it is almost, holding back on R&D and innovation. So allow the designer, give him a clear vision of the end goal, and allow the designer any path that he wants to choose, and incentivize or disincentivize the end goal. I think that makes a lot of sense.
Now we are all looking forward to Bharat Mobility Auto Expo. And every time we have been to Bharat Mobility Auto Expo, Maruti is the first launch. And this time we know that it is going to be the e-Vitara. So now, what is it that we can expect from e-Vitara? Maruti comes with this tag of being masses' favorite. So will e-Vitara also make a dent in masses' perception of EV, which is still very, they're still apprehensive about EVs. What can we expect from e-Vitara?
I've heard this, thanks for that. I've heard this feedback and remark from many a segment that we will get confidence in EVs the day Maruti comes into the product. So yes, our focus for our first electric SUV would be only a single-minded focus on enhancing customer confidence. So if you would have noticed, we have a high specification model, we have a high range, and of course, we'll be sharing much more details in the next month in the Bharat Mobility Show. But our idea is that customers can just forget about range anxiety, they can just forget about challenges like residual value, battery life, charging, so many aspects, the confidence of that normally Maruti Suzuki is associated with in India comes across. And we'll use the strength of our network, our sales and service network, our other programs, all our services to the customer to enhance confidence. The first product that we are bringing is a high-spec product. It's a premium segment product. There will be a time when customers will themselves say that possibly I don't need, let's say, something like 500-kilometer range because I don't need to charge it every day. A 500-kilometer can do with alternate night charging also. So they may themselves say, is it possible to have a product with maybe a slightly lesser range and some lesser cost? And then we'll possibly say, yes, we are there. So we will start with customer confidence, and we'll start from the top rather than bottom up.
What exercises have you had to take before the launch of e-Vitara? Because as you said, there are range anxiety. Are you planning to tie up with people for infrastructure development? What is your whole strategy before you launch the e-Vitara?
I think the nature of EVs is something that it lends itself more to collaborations and partnerships. So the charging people, the infra, many startups, software, innovative ideas, the back-end commonization across so many charging apps. There are many things that can be done, and we are very open to such partnerships. In fact, we are engaging with hundreds of startups on a regular basis and giving them free proofs of concept and trying to encourage innovation in the country, and at equal terms. I mean, we are not, of course, we are a large company, but we treat them with a lot of respect because they bring innovation to the table, and we value that.
Now, last question to you is about the current market scenario. We knew that this year, we have seen great growth over the last few years, but this year has been a little tepid growth, and also because the growth rate has tapered down because we were on a very strong pace. But what is your expectation from 2025?
See, right in the beginning of this year, we did have a forecast that the car industry this year may grow in mid or low single digits, and so we are not surprised. Also, if we step back, India is now the third largest market of the world. At that level, it is not necessary that the market keeps on growing every year, every month. The market does take a breather, and we are perfectly fine with it. There is no loss of confidence. In fact, we are preparing ourselves for our future. At the moment, we have at least 2, if not 3, plants under commissioning. And that's a huge statement. We have not scaled back our investment plans as of now. So it's fine for the market to take a bit of a breather. 25, it is slightly early to predict because the industry will get together in probably January. The SAM, looking ahead conclave, will get together and apply ourselves to think what is the growth rate. But if we take a slightly medium-term vision, I can tell you that from a 4.2 million market size year ending March 24, we are hoping that by the end of the decade, the market would be at least somewhere around 6.5 million. At a high level, the growth rate does taper off. But I think we should concentrate on what is in our scope and try to deliver rather than, and actually make choices to exciting for the consumer, make it more attractive for the consumer. So we'll rather concentrate on our piece than worrying too much about the market.
Thank you so much, Rahul-san. Thanks a lot for joining us today and sharing your views on various aspects of automobile market. Thanks a lot.
Thanks, Mugdha. Thanks, NDTV.
Wait, we have to take a photo.
You should give me those high heels.
Thank you, Rahul-san. Thank you, Mugdha. Lots of insight to be gathered from the discussion. Now, we turn our attention to the auto components and ancillaries. So we turn our attention to auto components and ancillaries, an industry which contributes 25% to India's manufacturing GDP and is projected to cross $80 billion in size by FY 2025. Fostering the spirit of technological excellence, the auto components industry deserves a big pat on its back, and to discuss how this industry is poised to make global excellence the norm by way of Make in India, may I request Sanjay Kapoor, Chairman, Sona Comstar, to come up onto the stage. Thank you, sir.
Yes. Please welcome Mr. Sanjay Kapoor, the leader behind Sona Comstar, a global powerhouse in automotive ancillary. That's what we used to say earlier, but now is auto tech. Over the past 25 years, Sona Comstar has grown into one of the leading auto component manufacturers, and now it focuses a lot on tech as well, producing a diverse range of critical parts that drive innovation and excellence in the automotive sector. We are excited to have you here, Mr. Kapoor. Thank you so much for taking time out for us today. Now, first of all, tell us about this transition from being an auto ancillary manufacturer to focusing a lot on tech as well.
So I think more than just auto to tech, it's auto to mobility. If we look at our industry, it's actually transformed from an automotive industry to supply into the mobility industry. And when I talk about mobility, it could mean any form of mobility, from drones to bots to, to any form of mobility which is being used either for people or carrying goods, etc. That's one part of it. The second part is, if you look at the way the industry is disrupting, technology has become essential now. Companies have to invest in R&D, companies have to invest in technology just to stay current. And then, of course, where companies want to look into the future, you have to invest in technology. Technology has become absolutely key to survival. The fact is that with disruption that's happening, not just from a customer requirement, but even from regulation. And when you look at disruption in terms of safety, or if you look at it, disruption in terms of even mobility from a shared perspective, or, and your famous case, which is, which involves autonomous, electric, and shared. So, it's essential to invest in technology.
What are those technologies that Sona Comstar is interested in and is investing in, and how has your R&D expense changed over time?
So, we're spending close to between 3.5% to 6% of our revenue on R&D. And on any given year, I don't think we really have a cap on R&D. It depends on what the customer requires, what the customer, wants from us. Over and above that, the fact is that we are supplying into the electric vehicle space. 30% of our revenue, or north of 30% of our revenue, comes from EV, and this is really from global EV. What's been stated is we're going up to almost 78 to 79% over the next 5 years will come from electric vehicles. Well, other than that, we've also invested now in railway. And railway is another clean form of mobility. After walking and taking a bicycle, railway is the cleanest form of mobility. So that's another form of mobility that we've invested in.
The world is changing very fast. Businesses are changing very fast, very rapidly. We recently heard that Volkswagen, which is a global giant, they have had to cut back on their plants. They are reducing their strength, people's strength. Then we heard that GM has had to face a tough challenge in China, and China is becoming a really big giant in auto manufacturing. Their companies have become huge. They have actually disrupted the world order of automobiles. How do you see China? You also have a plant in China. So how do you see China, and what is it that India can learn from it instead of just talking about it as a threat?
So first I'll address the issue of plants closing. Volkswagen has closed a plant, with General Motors in China. The real problem that Western companies have had may have been due to the fact that they haven't electrified as quickly. China is a market where it is dominated by electric vehicles. Chinese local manufacturers have obviously improved their product quality, and therefore the Western manufacturers have found it difficult. So that addresses GM's problem, and China, Volkswagen as well. I think what we can learn from China is the fact that there's been a lot of investment in technology. There's a lot of investment in skilling. And that's something that we need to focus on in India, both skilling and technology, to really up our game in terms of investments in the right technologies for the right end solution. I think electrification is extremely important. Electrification is the way the world is going. Sure, in India we will explore alternate fuels because we have the opportunity to do so. However, we need to build the infrastructure for electrification. One of the biggest challenges for electrification really is range anxiety. And you don't hear of any range anxiety problems in China. But you hear about them here. So therefore, we need to build the ecosystem. We need to build, charging infrastructure, other ecosystems, as well as the circular economy. And you're seeing a lot of that happen, with batteries. You're seeing that happen with rubber, with tires. So I think the circular economy also is something that's going to play a big role in manufacturing in the future.
So, as I said, China has changed the world order. So now what can Indian government, Indian policy makers do, and even companies like you can do to make sure that India remains competitive?
Yeah, so I think the government's got some good programs or schemes in terms of PLI. In the automotive industry, we've got a PLI scheme, which is encouraging companies to invest in future technologies. So I think we're headed in the right direction when it comes to investments in future technologies and what the government is pushing. In terms of also building infrastructure is something that has to happen, which I've talked about. And I think companies like ourselves really need to invest in technology and in skilling people to compete globally. I think, in the auto component industry, we're very open to FTAs because we want to become globally competitive. And the only way we will survive is if we become globally competitive. There's a lot of efficiency that can be built in our manufacturing systems, whether it's Industry 4.0, going to almost to Industry 5.0. There's a lot of AI that's being utilized today, not just in products, but also in processes. So I think these are things we need to adopt within our manufacturing companies so that we can become globally competitive.
Indian component industry contributes heavily towards manufacturing GDP. I was reading the data, it's almost 25% to manufacturing GDP and about 2 to 3% to the entire GDP. That's a big number. So this industry needs to be promoted, and as you said, skilled people are needed. But the question now is, when I see China, they have gone from top to bottom. They have the raw material, they have their component, they have the entire supply chain managed. Do you think we still have a chance to catch up?
Yes, I think we do. I don't think that we have to localize everything. There will be imports. We will import from China. However, we will require policies that, aid manufacturing, whether it be in the area of, amount of factory space you can build, FSI, whether it be in dormitories, etc. And we need to look at what's happened in Southeast Asia because it's happened very recently. And I think once we adopt policies like that, and there's a lot going on in government to create the auto component industry as a global manufacturing hub, for the world. And therefore, I think we're on the right track. I believe that we can do it. And again, I keep stressing on the fact we need to invest in technology, we need to invest in scalability, and we need to invest in skilled manpower.
What about supplying to other? Because right now, we as Indians already had a supply. We were already a part of supply chain, which included lots of Western players. Now they are on the back foot. So how does that impact Indian businesses?
Who's on the back foot? Sorry, I didn't get your question.
For example, GM and Volkswagen, they all are finding it difficult to grow at the pace that they were growing earlier. So has that...
So I think our opportunity lies in the China plus one. And again, that relates to, or you want to call it the India plus one, whatever you want to term it. I think that relates to the fact that additional capacity will be put up in India. I think OEMs are looking to expand in India, the manufacturing footprint. And I think this is a great opportunity for the Indian auto component space. And I think we need to leverage that opportunity. We've already seen some benefit. And if you look at the export growth, we're at about $21 billion last year. We've grown in exports. We're almost at a trade surplus. We're at a marginal deficit today, when you look at the component industry. And we're slated to grow at 7 to 10%. Whilst the OEM industry in India may grow in single digits, in low single digits. We could be in the high single digits, almost double digits, and that will come from export and it'll come, from investments in technology and manufacturing.
Okay, now let's talk a little bit just purely about domestic market. First of all, couple of big players came in and then they shut shop as well. What is the challenge, according to you, that they face in Indian market, and how can that be something of a learning?
So I can't really comment on OEMs, and I don't like to comment on OEMs because that's their business. I don't know what challenges any OEM faces because we're not an OEM. I think the opportunity in the Indian market has changed in the last decade. I think we're much more ready than we were a decade ago because more investment has gone into technology, more investment has gone into manufacturing. And I think, even the exposure, if you look at the component industry, the exposure to supply across the world has become, has helped us improve. If you look at our own company, when I talk about the fact that we are 30% EV, it's because we're supplying to the global market. Today, 20 to 25% of our revenue comes from India. The remainder comes from outside of India. So again, that's given us an opportunity to supply to the world. So I think a lot has changed over the last decade in terms of technology, in terms of manufacturing, in terms of opportunity, in terms of even ease of doing business. And I think that should encourage more companies to come to India. And you'll see more companies come to India because the market size has also changed. The market size has grown from what it was.
There was a time when what used to be said about our component manufacturing industry was that we make low-end products, which has changed quite a bit. But can we also aim at a lot more technologically advanced component manufacturing? And is there something that needs to be done in that direction?
Yeah, invest in R&D. That's it. That's a simple answer. We need to invest more. We have invested more as an industry. It continuously sort of increases. The investments continuously increase, and the opportunities therefore continuously improve. And quite frankly, even the OEMs in India are investing in technology. If you look at the OEMs, and you look at the products, you look at the product launches, you look at the kind of technologies within the vehicles, it's drastically changed. And the Indian auto component industry is keeping up, and that's encouraging.
And would you have an idea about how has our R&D expense changed over time in the component industry?
So, it's a long process. Today, we're probably at about 1%. We were at 0.5% of revenue on average. But again, as long as it's increasing, it's a positive sign. And this will continue to increase, and we will see the benefits of it.
When you say skills, what are the biggest challenges that you have seen in the skill that is available in India, and what kind of skill do we need to adopt?
So I think, skilling needs to continuously evolve because technology is continuously evolving. Skilling institutes or skilling, people who are imparting this skilling need to also evolve, as well as what's happening in academia. So I think the industry-academia connect has to become stronger. Once that comes around, I think skilling will improve on its own, and we will target the skill sets required as we automate our manufacturing processes.
Now let's talk about AI, because that has become one scary word. Do you think it's a scary word, or do you think it's an advantageous?
So I think AI is definitely an advantage. I think AI needs to be regulated because what's happening today in trade is not simply is not as simple. Today, trade involves security, and security is a key aspect or a key challenge that a lot of companies face. And I think AI needs to be regulated. However, you cannot get rid of AI. And we have to live with it. And companies need to adopt AI, whether it be in the process or it be in a product. And it's just natural, and it's going to happen. So we need to look at how we can regulate it, how we can apply it in a safe manner, and use it to our advantage.
I was in Prague visiting one of the plants there. It was a multi-acre plant. and it had some 99 people working in it. And while they were telling us with so much pride that only 99 people are needed, and I was thinking that this is so scary for India because we have a large population. We need to make sure that they are employed and they have opportunities. So how does this automation, which is definitely beneficial for manufacturing processes because that also brings in a lot of precision, also balance with the need for job creation?
So there are two aspects to this. One is the fact that it's a myth that we will not require people, because you do require people even when it comes to automation. You require different skill set, and therefore skilling and reskilling becomes so important. The other aspect is really export of manpower. And that's something that a lot of countries do. A lot of countries have thrived on. I think that companies like Malaysia, 8% of their revenue comes from export of manpower. And I think that's something that we're going to have to look at in terms of policies, in terms of how we can export manpower, that eventually countries are also looking at, bringing in people and then they come back, because they don't really necessarily give citizenship. So if you look at what's happening even in Japan with the lack of manpower, they're now importing manpower, which they never did before. So I think those opportunities will continue, and therefore I do understand that our demographic dividend needs to be utilized, otherwise we will be sitting in a problem. And one of the big areas that we need to improve is manufacturing. So manufacturing does have to go from the 14, 15% GDP to 25% GDP. There's no doubt about that. However, jobs need to be created, and jobs will get created. And I'm not certain that, automation will take jobs away in its entirety. But yes, there will be different kinds of jobs, and therefore skilling and reskilling becomes so important.
In EV segment, what are these key areas that you think are important for ancillaries and auto component manufacturers that they can focus on?
So, I mean, that's a very broad question, but like I said before, it's about investing in R&D. EV is a component of the vehicle where you say you're getting rid of the combustion engine. However, there's a big play in software. 40% of the vehicle will be software driven. So therefore, there's an opportunity in software, there's an opportunity in telematics, there's an opportunity in data, there's an opportunity in infrastructure, there's an opportunity in the battery space, there's an opportunity in recycling. So the opportunities are huge. So it's not that EV is going to come in and the component industry is going to get disrupted in a negative way. I think it's about investing in technology. It's about having the ability to invest with the mindset that it's okay if we fail. I think one of the biggest drawbacks in India has been that companies are not, allowed to fail. And I think to create an innovative culture, you need to allow companies to fail. And, we've had products where, we've invested a lot of money and they haven't come to realization, and that's fine. But it's a learning curve, and it's learning. So I think companies need to step up their investments.
So you're not worried that EVs have a lot less component than compared to ICE, and that impacts business? You have to change the way you look at EVs and find new technologies to service.
I think we'll have more opportunities in the future than we've ever had before.
All right. Thank you so much, Sanjay. Thanks a lot
Thank
for
you.
joining us today. Now we will be taking the discussion forward with Mr. Hisashi Takeuchi, MD and CEO, Maruti Suzuki India Limited. May I request you, sir, to come on stage, please? Thank you so much for taking time out, sir, please. It is my absolute honor to welcome Mr. Hisashi Takeuchi-san, who has been steering Maruti Suzuki with remarkable vision for almost 2 years. Under his leadership, the company has significantly expanded its portfolio, particularly in the SUV segment, aligning perfectly with the evolving consumer preferences. During this time, Maruti Suzuki has also witnessed impressive growth in exports, solidifying its presence on the global stage. Moreover, let's start the conversation now. First, Mr. Takeuchi is at the forefront of company's journey towards aggressive carbon neutrality goals, spearheading innovative strategies to electrify its portfolio. We are thrilled to have you here, Takeuchi-san. The first question I have for you is, Maruti has been a leader in the Indian automobile sector. Now, what do you believe has been the key to its long-standing success, and how do you envision the company's future in India over the next decade?
Okay, so first of all, thank you very much for inviting me for this very exciting event. And everybody understands that how we started our business in India. So our company is aiming to put India on wheel. That is the aim. And at that time, together with the passion of Indian people, together with the Japanese technology, make it possible to introduce, very innovative car at that time, Maruti 800. And that is the start of Indian automobile, story. And now, India became the third largest market in the world. And also for production, India is now leading the world, automotive industry. So as well as, also component industry is getting very, very big now. So this is how, we make the change for India and make India on the growth path. So that was the, what we have been doing. So now we reach almost 2 million production sales in the last 40 years. But we are challenging to increase from 2 million to 4 million in the next 6 years. So what we have done in 40 years, now we are going to try to achieve in 6 years. So that is our challenge. But I think in India, there is a potential in the market, and the Indian people has a capability of achieving this challenge. So I'm very excited about this.
But what are the key challenges that you see in Indian market, and what is Maruti Suzuki doing to overcome those challenges?
So the real challenge is, our dream to put India on wheel is half, achieved, but still, in terms of car penetration, India is only like 30 cars per 1,000 people. Which is like in the developed market, it is about 600. So we still have, opportunity to grow 20x from now. So this is the challenge, how to make it possible to give this mobility, the joy of mobility, to more Indians. This is the real challenge.
Mm-hmm. You are at the cusp of launching an EV, but globally we have seen some of the auto equipment manufacturers, OEMs, scaling down on their EV plans. What is your view on EVs?
I think, in India, still, I think we have a very big opportunity to increase the market with EV. Because in India, we have, very strong government support for EV. And also now the ecosystem is not yet established, but I think with the strong will, we can make it possible. And so I think there is a big potential for EV. But in our case, we not only rely on EV to tackle carbon, to reduce carbon, we decided to use all possible technologies to reduce CO2. So together with EV, we will keep, introducing the hybrid vehicles or like and CNG vehicles with biogas, or the ICE vehicles using the ethanol. So all those technologies will help us to reduce CO2. So we are determined to utilize all possible technologies to combat with CO2.
You know, you have spent some time in India now. You have been at the helm of Maruti, but earlier also you have spent some time with Maruti in India. What are your key learnings about Indian market?
So I meet many people like from Japan or from abroad coming to India because they think and I also believe that in India, there is a very big growth opportunity. So everybody is now looking Indian market as a very attractive market. And they're asking me, so what is India? So I said to them that there is no one India. India is so diverse country, so the religion is different, the people is different, atmosphere, weather, everything is different. So you can't stereotype India. So there is no one India. So there is so many different India. So you have to understand this. So I'm always telling this to the people I meet every day.
You know, this is my last question to you. You know, Maruti is such a big company, and you have a huge employee base, you have huge customer base, you have huge dealership network. What is that one message that you want to give to all these people who watch Maruti and what you have to say to them?
So I think India, with the support from the customer, we were able to grow. And our aim is to keep contributing to the society. And this can only be achieved with a strong support from our partners. The partner means our supplier partners, our dealer partners, and our employee is also important partner for us. So with the help of those business partners, we were able to achieve our target, and we are trying to achieve even bigger target in the years to come.
Thank you so much, Sakyoshi-san, for taking time out for us
Thank you
and
very
speaking
much.
to us today. Thank you. Thank you, sir. We'll take a photo. Thank you so much, sir. Thanks so much. Yes. Thank you, Mr. Deepak Jain, for joining us today. Mr. Jain is chairperson Lumax Group, a name synonymous with excellence and innovation in the automotive industry. We are thrilled to have you here, Mr. Jain. Thank you so much. Now, Indian component industry has become a big manufacturing hub. We already spoke about it, almost 25% of manufacturing GDP. And when I saw that number, I was actually really surprised because, I only cover auto companies so much. So when I saw that number, I was really surprised. Now tell us, what are the core strengths of Indian component manufacturing industry?
So thank you very much for having me over. I think the component industry is very diverse. It's got the domestic OEM, it's got the aftermarket, it's also got a massive export opportunity. And I think recently with the trends, there is also a balance which the component industry has to do between value and volume. Because as the regulations are coming in, there is a massive value upstreaming which is happening in the component industry. I think from a unique point, there is, for Indian manufacturing, I think it's been not just cornerstone, but a shiny example. Because I think if the manufacturing GDP contribution for the economy has to actually go up, the component industry will have to have a much more faster growth track. Our OEMs have done a fantastic job to develop, handhold the localized, basically, component industry. And component industry is also diverse because you have the local players, which are Indian capital, you have the joint ventures, you know, MNCs. But as long as we are manufacturing in India for the world and for the domestic market, I think it kind of promotes the manufacturing Make in India concept.
What is your expectation in terms of opportunities that are available, and what kind of growth do you foresee? Because you were recently spearheading ACMA as well. So what is the kind of growth that you can expect for Indian component industry?
So I think there is obviously a massive growth target to become $100 billion. It is currently at about 70. Honorable Minister of Commerce talked about, why don't you talk about a $100 billion export? So there are big, audacious goals which are expected out of the component industry. But if you look at and step back, we have to understand that we have to grow the right way. And when you say right way, we are manufacturing, we are a brick and mortar. There has to be an investment-driven industry on not just scalability, but also on R&D, on skill setup. Because anytime we want as an industry to grow, and the right growth has to come on the basis of competitiveness and scale and consistent quality. I think if we are able to grow in these three directions, I think a number which could be 10%, could be 15%, I think there is always a very low penetration. If I talk about the GVC, the global value chain, we're just about less than 1.5%. So even if I were to set up the target of saying, hey, can we treble it in next by 2030, we have a runway on exports itself, which is 15 to 20, and there are geopolitical, I would say, situations in play, which may help this cause.
You know, Sanjay also spoke about skilling. You also spoke about skilling. So skilling is definitely something that is very important, but it's not as easy as we can talk here. So what are the things that you think India should be doing, maybe on ground level, where we can actually skill people in the right direction for being future ready?
I think it's a very important topic, Mugdha. I think given the demographics of India, given the employability of India, skilling has to be done at all levels. You know, you have the bottom pyramid, which fresh out of ITIs, employable, basically skilling. And I think a lot of us, I think all the auto components right now, we call it the dojos, or we call it the gurukuls. We have basically training centers within the plants. So we get people, train them to be trained for the shop floor employability and get them back. But as you're creating more value, there has to be then a pyramid going upwards to skill at different facets of technology, different facets of even changing this whole mindset of going from a whole manual to an automation. So there are multiple facets. I'm very happy to see that there's also a lot of collaboration happening with academia. Also, there are certain schemes which the government has launched to facilitate this basically skilling. But I think it's the private sector's responsibility to continue to focus and give special focus on skilling so that we are future ready and we are able to grow in a qualitative way.
So do you think the investment is needed in having more colleges, more skilling centers, or do you think it is more towards empowering these existing centers more? What is it where government or policymakers should concentrate?
So again, I think as we look at manufacturing and particularly the component sector, it's an engineered, quality-driven sector. You know, there is great, I heard some ministers say that, let's say Zomato is doing a great job because it is actually giving employability and skill to the really bottom end of the pyramid. But I think from a component point, what we're expecting is we are creating an ecosystem. I think now most of the OEMs, most of the tier ones have put in their own skill centers, is collaborating with the government to facilitate that input. But input is not a problem, it's the output. And once you have a great output, you will be able to engage the right manpower, a fixed term employability manpower, which would help not just the cause economy, but also upstream, again, the skill levels in the company.
Okay. Now, in the component industry, there is a shift happening. In the auto industry, there's a shift happening towards electrified future. What opportunities do you see there for component industry? And it's often said that EVs use less components. So this question I also posed to Sanjay, the same question to you. How do you think Indian auto component manufacturers can capitalize on opportunities there?
I think the Indian auto component industry is at an amazing inflection point. If you look at it, I would see as a component industry, not just electrified, EV'd, but I think you'll have to catch the trends on a multi-pathway technology. You have ICE, which is getting highly regulated. You're getting more efficient. You have also the EVs coming in. You have the hybrids, different varieties. You have the alternate gas-based system and new technologies, which are getting more and more, let's say, green mobility solutions. Now, looking at it from an EV point of view, it has to become a very more inclusive environment because EV right now is being positioned as a tech. It's not necessarily just components. It'll open a lot more business models, both upstream and downstream. It's also talking about a lot more software. I think the key would be how does the component industry from a manufacturing gets more into an inclusive environment to ensure that we are able to meet the customer needs both domestically and globally. I'll give an example, two-wheeler industry. I think we are the world's largest two-wheeler industry. We are highly localized. It has been able to protect its own turf and going now global. And also probably be the fast track for the EV or electrification. There is an amazing and a very, very strong interest by the government of India as well. India moves on basically two-wheelers. And for that, then the supply chain is definitely having scale opportunity, localized opportunity, and not just for domestic market, for globally. Can we transition this to different sectors of mobility? I think that's where the opportunity lies.
What are those exciting areas where you are looking at for expansion, for example?
If I talk about my company, Lumax, I think we are looking at certain trends which will talk about future mobility. Lightweighting, connected, software. I think one of the very key thing which we are finding is the whole human-machine interface, where there is up on the perceived quality because there is a lot of comfort going on within the cabin itself. So Lumax has particularly made investments in all the four trends because it's kind of powertrain agnostic, irrespective of basically you get EV, you get ICE, you get alternate-based fuels. One also very particular trend we're seeing, and you're seeing in the very recent launches of the EVs in the market, there's amazing tech which has come in. Now, irrespective of the volumes, whether they will come in that only future hold, and we really believe that this will come through, but the tech you've actually made sure that the consumer, the Indian consumer is aware of. So you cannot take away the tech from the market once you've launched it. And hence, we feel that this is a massive opportunity for the component guys because that will create more value. ICE engine, probably, let's say, SUV, just typical ICE, would not have had that much of tech because now it's EV, you talk about SDVs, you talk about multiple things. So you want that tech in the market. Irrespective whether this model fails or succeeds, you have the tech out. And for component guys, it's an amazing opportunity. And this may be horizontally deployed on all platforms.
Yeah, I was just one day thinking about how it used to be one halogen bulb for a light. Then it became LED. Then came the DRL. And now we have multi-million LEDs in a single light doing lots of tech stuff. They're being controlled to judge whether the there is a vehicle coming from the front or not. The amount of sensors that are being used in a car these days has gone up several folds. So yeah, definitely there's a lot of opportunity there.
Not just the headlights, also the taillights, because they're dancing, they're singing, they're talking about completely ambient lighting. So I think, yeah, the lighting is definitely going to be better future for the auto component industry.
Yeah, we were just speaking to Pratap Bose, and their lights actually dance with the music.
And I think that's where you're talking about the human-machine interface, because it's no more now talking about just tech. It's talking about emotions. A car is a very emotional buy. And if you have technology which speaks to you, you have your phones all the time. I mean, you say everyone's just on it all the time. But when you have a vehicle which becomes your extension, I think that's where the future mobility is going through.
Now let's focus on cost. One of the biggest advantage that China has is that their cost of manufacturing is really low. India is not bad. India also has lower cost of manufacturing, but can something be done to make it more competitive?
So I think manufacturing, and let's talk about China, you said. I think people went to China not because they like China, it's just because they were extremely competitive. They were giving a solution for the customer. They had global economies of scale, which kind of leveraged the cost structure. And they also created an ecosystem, which was not just about manufacturing, but all enablers which actually ensure that the right product and right quality is done. I think India has a lot to learn, and I must say that the government has been very proactive because we understand there are some disabilities when it comes to India's manufacturing. Can't go away tomorrow, day after. But you have to have a plan, how do you up the manufacturing sector and to make it more competitive. Quality and scale, these are the two anchor stones for competitiveness. If you don't have these two, I think we won't be able to compete. And again, I give examples. Maruti Suzuki is a fantastic example. I think Hero is a fantastic example. The two-wheeler industry is a fantastic example where they have localized to the extent that I think we can compete globally. How do we take it to a global anchor? And there is obviously a dilemma that the domestic market is growing at such a fast pace. How do we basically meet not just domestic requirements, but also export? And I think the industry now is poised because it has an inflection point at a scale that we can actually challenge now the global markets.
Mm-hmm. And when you look at Chinese market, they have gone step by step into figuring out their manufacturing processes. Do you think, I think Make in India has been a very phenomenal exercise because after the Make in India and the emphasis on making in India, we have seen so many OEMs which were earlier not thinking. For example, Maybach gets assembled in India. It doesn't get made completely because they have their own structures, but they do assemble in India, and that's a big thing because, you know, as we all know, Maybach does not get assembled at too many places across the world. Then I think Jeep has now recently started assembling in India. JLR has started assembling in India, and that has been possible only because of Make in India initiatives. What benefits have you reaped because of Make in India?
I think first, I must compliment again the Government of India. Honorable Prime Minister himself launched basically 10 years ago in the month of September, the Make in India program. I think it's taken rapid pace for at least giving brand Make in India a global kind of visibility. I think that's very important because unless you understand about Make in India competitiveness and that India is open for this whole manufacturing footprint and scalability, I don't think you would get those examples, what you just stated, be there Jeep or Maybach. But I think we should be more now, not just assemblers. I'm talking about as a diverse manufacturing ecosystem, we'll have to go deep. And I think the opportunity lies when you're collaborating across industry on manufacturing ecosystem. For example, electronics, to auto components, to actually even steel or raw material or plastics. Once that kind of ecosystem is created, and I think there are a lot of opportunities where we talk as one forum to see what other industries, and every sector will have its own challenges. But as long as we're moving towards this whole Make in India for the world, keeping right quality in mind, I think we should be able to do it. And let's understand, Make in India is still very nascent for 10 years. And I think what we have been able to achieve in 10 years, we would be able to achieve a lot more in the next 5.
With this extreme competitive but globalized world, do you think Indian government needs to have protective strategies for Indian companies? Or because, the competition, though we are the third largest auto market in the world, but the difference between the second, which is China, and third is huge. So in that context, do you think Indian government needs to have protective strategies for Indian companies? But the flip side of that, having those protective strategies, is that the world then gets very upset.
So let me give you two perspectives. China, auto component, or auto industries, China, US, India. If you look at both the number 1 and number 2, they make more than 10 million vehicles. India is the only country, because I can talk about Germany, Japan, this thing, they never made double-digit million vehicles. India is the only company, so there is a massive, basically, room for growth and opportunity. Second, when you talk about protectionism, I think you have to be smart looking at the geopolitical situation, but I don't think we need protectionism. I think what we need is more, I would say, facilitation in the context of how India manufacturing is coming. Because as long as protectionism comes, we won't be competitive. I actually said it at some stage, even my peer, Sanjay Kapoor, has said it to the Minister of Commerce that, hey, get whatever you want, do all FTAs, the component guys in India will be not able to just protect the turf, but we will be able to also export. I think we will have to just make sure that we do consistent quality, because I believe so that that's one of the anxieties or apprehensions that could we be able to do consistent qualities for developed mature markets. And I think the Indian component industry at least has, for certain components, showed that we can actually do that. We just need to fast track that part of it. So I don't believe in protectionism. I think we need to be smart with certain geographies. But other than that, I think the world has a better market for us. And I think it's a massive opportunity which we can tap into.
But does it worry you when you see all this news coming in with GM taking $5 billion hit, Volkswagen shutting a plant, or people scaling back their operations, or even reducing their staff? Is that something that worries you with global scale, big organizations, haloed organizations taking these steps?
Well, I think these organizations in India are taking more investments. We are very fortunate that we are in a market which is having a massive growth potential. The MD of Maruti Suzuki just said the low penetration levels and what they achieved in 40 years, trying to do in 6 years. So I think we're poised in a great domestic market. Export, again, as I said, there is a massive opportunity, and I think we need to look both east and west now for matured markets. You have to understand that Japan, Germany, US, these are where basically there are multiple export opportunities. When those markets are turning more into EVs, they are reducing their ICE investments. And India could tap into that opportunity to become the global ICE manufacturers for components, particularly engine components, and then export around. So I think there is a massive opportunity. Companies will have to be smart. India will have to be smart when it's doing, at least for this rising or sunrise sector, out of components. And I think I've mentioned again, and I'm repeating that what we've been able to achieve in the last 10 years in manufacturing, I think we can fast track this further in the next 5 years.
You have to watch the auto industry because that's your customer base. So in that situation, what are the technologies that you think are, there is EV, but there is a lot more that is happening, which is hydrogen we spoke about. There's silicon that's being talked about. What are the technologies that you find attractive and exciting and you think have the potential of being an answer to a pure EV?
So I think we are powertrain agnostic. We say that irrespective of the pathway which any OEM would choose, and they can have multi-pathways, they would create value for the component industry. I think for me particularly, I'm very excited about these trendings of lightweighting, of connected, of software-defined vehicles, because that gives us an opportunity to further scale up than our regular business. And these are opening up immense opportunity, not just at the supply chain front, but also at the front end for basically engaging with our OEMs first time to say, can we become your partners? We've got a great history, 40, 50 years, 60 years. And I think that's a trust which the OEMs have. And I think OEMs, tier ones, have to work in a much more collaborative manner in the whole ecosystem to tap an opportunity. So I think it's irrespective of whatever powertrain the OEMs want, I think every tier ones will have multiple opportunities going forward.
So it's skilling, and there are very many opportunities.
Skilling, scale, quality, leading to great competitiveness, and hopefully then it will no more be China +1, but India ++.
Thank you so much, Deepak, for
Thank
taking time out and speaking to us. Thanks
Thank
a
you.
lot. I'll take this from you.
Ladies and gentlemen, we'll be taking a 5-minute break for the security checks to be completed for the arrival of Sri Nitin Gadkari. So please bear with us. Get yourselves a tea or coffee if you want to. We'll take a quick 5-minute break. We'll be starting the next session in the next 5 minutes. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, I request you to please take your seats and make yourselves comfortable. We are starting in the next 2 minutes. Thank you. When you're out on an open road, you tend to momentarily leave your worries behind. This means a better chance of innovating with a free mind. And our next panel discussion focuses on that. The magic happens exactly where innovation meets the open road. This is our discussion theme for today, and the participants for this panel are Sameer Seth, Director Marketing for India, Dolby Laboratories, Rajiv Batra, CEO, Tata International Vehicle Applications, and joining us online is Kanav Singla, Founder, CEO, Metadome.ai. May I request you gentlemen to take your places on the stage. Thank you. Online. Quite excited to be joined by you, gentlemen, and we'll be joining, Mr. Manav Singla will be joining us momentarily, and we have Mugdha Mishra, editor, NDTV Auto, joining them on the stage.
Hi, Mr. Batra, thank you. We have spoken to so many auto manufacturers and auto ancillary manufacturers, and now this is a little different panel because this focuses on innovation in auto. And I have Mr. Rajiv Batra and Mr. Seth with me. Thank you so much for joining us, sir. Mr. Seth, Dolby has come to India. Now, we recently were reviewing XEV9E and BE6. Now, how big is the Indian market for you?
Right, thank you, Mugdha. It's a pleasure to be here today. At Dolby, we unlock the power of sight and sound as we are in the pursuit of delivering awe-inspiring experiences across lifestyles. Now, when I say lifestyles, from cinemas to living room to experiences at work, on the go, and now in cars. And all of this is possible because of the collaboration that we build with musicians, filmmakers, storytellers, and artists, and even businesses that use our visual and audio technologies, namely Dolby Vision and Dolby Atmos, to deliver a spectacular experience. And this journey really starts with the creatives. It's the content creators who keep telling us when they use Dolby technology, they are able to deliver their creators' intent far better. On the consumer side, talking about music, of course, Indian consumers consume a lot of music on their mobile. The second and the most important use case for music is cars. And this is where we come in. This is where Dolby Atmos delivers an absolutely immersive audio experience with something that gives you clarity, depth, and detail in the music you love. You can hear different elements of the song, different instruments of the song, literally transporting you into the song and bringing you closer to the artist that you love. And of course, all of this is possible through the collaborations that we've built. In fact, I was speaking to a musician who took me back in time, and he said, back many, many years ago when he would create his music in a studio, the first thing he would do is he would transfer the song into a tape cassette and bring it to a car and play it through the tape recorder there and hear the song. If the song sounded right to him in the car is when he would decide to release the song on different platforms. Fast forward to 2024. Now here, you're talking about cars which are connected with state-of-the-art infotainment systems. Now you get what the artist creates in a studio with multiple speakers and different techniques can deliver the same experience from the studio straight into the car. Now, to your question, sorry for the long answer to your question in terms of opportunity, Dolby Atmos on the music side and Dolby Vision on the visual side actually offers a lot of opportunity for us, especially in the automotive space. And you spoke about Mahindra's our recent partnership with Mahindra, where they've brought their electric origin SUVs with Dolby Atmos to Indian roads. So we look forward to having more and more consumers experience Dolby Atmos on the Indian roads in cars.
Okay, I'll now introduce you to my next guest as well, who is the owner of Metrodome.in, Mr. Kanam Singhal. Thank you so much for joining us today. The question that I have for you, Mr. Singhal, is that you are into AI space and you use AI for improving customers' experience. How big is this business? What is your customers? Your customers would be OEMs. So what are they telling you about AI experience that their end consumer wants?
Great. So first of all, thanks for having me. And I want to give you some introduction about what Metadome does and how we work with OEMs. So we make sure that the customer experience across the product lifecycle and the customer lifecycle is taken care of and is enhanced. And we know that the customer journey doesn't really today start off, when the customer visits the dealerships to, buy the product or understand the product. But the customer journey starts way, way before. The customer has become very, tech savvy. They have all the platforms in the world to search from about the product and compare these products. And they have a lot of questions about performance, about design, about price, about specifications. And, AI has been playing a very critical role in making sure that the customer has all the information available across this life cycle, be it discovery phase, be it the pre-sales journey for the consumer, be it when they are in the sales mode and they want to understand about financing, they want to understand about how the insurance of the car is going to be, they want to understand about mileage. And with EVs, there is a lot of new kind of information that has come in for the Indian consumer, especially because things like range, things like horsepower, things like charging infrastructure. So these are all new kinds of information which our Indian consumers are very hungry when it comes to this information is concerned. They have what we call the range anxiety as well, that hey, if I'm going to buy an electric vehicle, how it's going to perform, where I'm going to find the nearest charging station and all that. So actually, when it comes to AI, so we are bringing in conversational and visual elements into the AI experience for the consumers so that they are able to get these answers promptly, get this information across all touch points, not only within the dealership, but also at the press of a button on their phones. And we directly, supply the AI technology to the OEMs so that, they can have it implemented across different channels of the customer life cycle. And one interesting thing that we are now seeing is, and I think some OEMs have already started, implementing this within their vehicle, is the concept of talking car, where, you have an AI within the car itself. So it's not only just before you buy the car, it's also within the car, and it's also present now when you go for your servicing, and you go to the service station and talk to people there. That part of the process is also getting digitized, where we see people who are facing an issue with their product. They can just click a picture of hey, I don't understand what this button does, or I don't understand what this particular part is, and I don't know why it's not functioning. And AI can help them either in self-assistance or make sure that they have most amount of information available there. So that is the journey, or that is the role that today currently AI is playing. It's pivotal when it comes to the consumer experience, the customer experience is concerned. And yeah, I think we still have a long way to go from where we are in terms of adoption.
You know, kind of what I want the AI to tell me once my car has gone to the service center is whether they actually change the engine oil or not. But I have, so as I said, this is a very interesting panel because I have Dolby Atmos here, which gives us an experience inside the car, kind of right now is telling us how to purchase the car. But I also have Mr. Rajiv Batra with me, who heads TIVA. TIVA is Tata's scrapping business. Now, scrapping business is also very interesting because it needs a lot of innovation and a lot of new tech. Mr. Batra, first question to you is, how big is the scrapping business in India? And of course, it is a big part of the sustainability initiatives. How big is the business? What is the size? And how does it contribute to making sure that the scrapping is actually happening in a sustainable way?
Thanks, Mugdha. Thanks for having me here. First of all, I will tell you, TIVA is a Tata International Vehicle Applications. We are dominantly in the trailer manufacturing, but we recently started vehicle scrapping plant, and that is along with Tata Motors with the brand name of Rewire. Rewire means recycle with respect. As such, vehicle scrapping is not new for India. We are doing since ages. But the most important thing is that now vehicle scrapping is going through with a structured manner, through the registered vehicle scrapping facilities. And this concept is the brainchild of our Honorable Fourth Minister, Mr. Nitin Gadkari, who is going to join us soon. So that is his idea. Because one side, we are talking about BS6 plus vehicles. Other side, BS1, BS2 vehicles are also on the road. So it's a contradictory. So it's very imperative to make the balance. There are two ways to look out this problem. One is that, of course, from the environment point of view, as I mentioned that BS1 and BS6, there is no comparison with each other. Second is that how it can boost to the economy. So if you ask me the size of this business, I can say that today almost 10 million vehicles are available in India who already crossed the limit, which is defined by the government of India, 15 years for commercial vehicles and 20 years for the passenger vehicles. So 10 million vehicles already crossed this limit. In next 2 to 3 years, these numbers will go to 21 millions. So one is that to look at this point, how big is this business? But at the same time, we have to see if we will not address this immediately, how big this problem will be for us. So it's very imperative to address this problem right now, immediately. As I mentioned this, for environment, of course, it's a very important. The second thing is that by next decade, we can say this business might be for the multi-billion-dollar business. How come it will be? Last year, Indian steel companies import ferrous scrap of 9.8 million tons, which is huge depletion of our foreign reserves. So if we do the generation of scrap by scrapping the vehicle in a right manner and supply this ferrous scrap to the steel companies, definitely they will avoid to import from outside India, and by that way it can boost to our economy and can save our foreign reserves. So in terms of volume, in terms of value, in both the ways, this is very important, and most important thing is to how to save the environment.
Government has given some incentive for scrapping your old vehicles. But do you think more needs to be done? Because except for places, for example, Delhi NCR, there has a complete ban of vehicles if they are diesel above 10 years, if they are petrol above 15 years. But rest of the country does not have those bans. So do you think government needs to incentivize more for encouraging people to scrap their old vehicles?
Look, I say in that way, government as such doing their job, but on each of every individual. It's not only government's responsibility to ask them to make the cleaner environment. They have came up with some policy. They have came up with some idea. Now idea is they put the idea in front of us. Government has given some incentives in terms of tax benefits, and they are insisting, they are requesting to OEMs also to give some incentive for the new buyings. And as such, they are also giving. However, I found personally that still these tax benefits and these OEM discounts are vary from state to state, OEM to OEM, which is creating more confusion, which is not giving the clarity to the person who would like to scrap their vehicle. So here my submission is that it should be the standard policy throughout the India, and there is a standard discounting from all OEMs on the basis of the value of the vehicle. It gives more clarity to the end user and customer who is going to scrap his vehicle. As I mentioned, this onus is not only on the government. We all individuals are equally responsible to make our environment cleaner. And this is not for only the monetary benefit, but for our future generations. So I always say that government is playing their role. Now society also has to play their vital role to make this purpose in a successful manner. Yeah.
Kanav, you know, when every time we speak about AI, we always feel that is it something scary, but you are using it in a way that's making people's life a little easier. But when you develop this technology and you work on it, what are the challenges that you face in your business? Because we were just speaking to auto ancillary suppliers and they were saying that skilling is a problem. Is that something that you face? Because India has a lot of software engineers. I am hoping you don't have that problem.
No, I don't think that, as a country, we have a problem of engineering, so to say, because we have so many engineers and the talent pool just keeps getting better and better in some parts of the country today. And I think the fundamental problem with the adoption of AI comes to, at least from the context of automotive, is the readiness of the OEMs when it comes to data is concerned, because OEMs have been going through digital transformation wave for the last 4 or 5 years. And some of the OEMs, Indian OEMs, have done a great job in digitally transforming different processes of the business. So, for example, marketing automation is something which has been happening for the last decade now. And I would say that some large OEMs in India, of course I can't take names, but some of our customers have already transformed their marketing to a level where 80-90% of the marketing process is ready for automation. And the only thing stopping them from automating is that they don't have enough data pool or data lakes to make efficient decision making using AI. And of course, AI needs a historical background. It needs that brain, to come in and make sure that the decisions on the field or the decisions taken in real time are actually effective. So fundamentally, I think that's the only thing stopping us from, taking AI to the next level in the automotive industry is, how much data do we have from our historical processes? And, I think once we reach there and some of the efforts that are being made now, when, I was just giving you an example of marketing, right? So in processes like marketing, sales, and even in training, there are so many of these OEMs who are now ready for adoption. They have historical data as well. They have started the process of creating, back offices to, manufacture that data or to capture that data and label that data in the right way. So, even we were surprised when we saw what was happening under the hood in some of the OEMs where, they already had that infrastructure ready. So I think it's about time that this is going to take off. And, as the data matures, we will be able to, solve problems that even auto ancillary companies are facing of, skilled, instances, even that can be solved through AI agents is what our belief is.
When I was told that I have to interview you, I asked my research team to give me some questions, and they gave me questions like, which had words like XR and generative AI, and I was just like, where are my gears and wheels? So first tell me, is it difficult for you to convince OEMs to adopt these technologies because they are not aware of these? Like I am not?
There was a time when, technology was not, especially XR or generative AI, these used to be like words. And I think during or pre-COVID is, a very different time when it came to technology adoption was concerned, because, everything was happening offline, and the entire infrastructure or the digital transformation infrastructure in the automotive industry was not, as mature as it is today. So definitely, there was a time when it was difficult for us to explain to our customers, which are automotive OEMs, that what exactly is the value that this technology is going to add to your business. And I think now, as OEMs have started adopting it in the last 4 or 5 years, some OEMs have actually gone live with the technology. And it's not about just XR and generative AI. So now it has become a business proposition where it's like, hey, this technology helps me save so much time and so much money, or this technology helps me generate more revenue, or this technology helps me save time. So I think more than just the technology, the understanding now is that, it will help you get better at doing business, either by cost saving, either by generating more revenue. And I think, yeah, every business would understand that. So, and not taking anything away from the automotive OEMs as well, that, they have definitely taken a lot of interest in these emerging technologies, and not only at an arm's length, but now they have started adopting it at scale as well. So yeah, I think things have changed in the last 4 or 5 years, where the understanding has definitely come in, and now it's about business value more than just the technological buzzword.
Mr. Said, when it comes to music and cars, it's very important. But is it also have, or is it a key decision-making feature as well?
No, I mean, what we're seeing from consumers, they are prioritizing, experiences in the best possible manner. I mean, this is something that we're seeing across lifestyles, whether it's, on mobile, in your living room, or even in cars. And when technology can enable that premium experience, why not? The consumers would definitely prioritize. In fact, from a behavioral point of view, since I come from the marketing space, we've seen a shift post-pandemic where consumers are prioritizing premium entertainment. And giving you a living room example, there is a double upgrade that the consumers are typically pushing for. They have started investing in a better system, a better television for that matter, or a better device. So I have upgraded my device because I want the best possible experience. The second upgrade, the two-pronged upgrade that I'm driving, is I'm investing now in a multi-screen, premium, streaming experience than, staying with a mobile-only single device plan. So this two-prong upgrade, purely because I'm spending more time with the content I love. Music, for example, we've seen the same, behavioral change where consumers on the music streaming app want the best possible, uncompromised, experience across lifestyles. So yeah, I mean, and this is where we come in from a Dolby perspective, where we deliver this experience. Our promise to the consumer really is to give an uncompromised experience that the device or the OEM is capable of across content passions. Now, whether it's AV services or music streaming services, and even podcasts.
Have you had to change your systems to adjust to Indian demands? We listen to different kind of music. We do listen to Western music, but Indian music has a different tone and feel to it. Have you had to customize for that? And also the size of vehicles in India is typically smaller than what you would say in, say, Western countries. So have you had to change the way you service the OEMs, the way you service the inside of the car for India?
So I'll take the first part of your question. Talking from a content creation point of view, there is no adjustment as such that's done. So what the technology, Dolby technology enables the content creator is to deliver the experience the way he or she envisaged at a creation stage. Now, technology should just be able to enable you to do that. Now, this is across genres of music. What we hear from musicians is Dolby Atmos, for example, lets them create or mix their music. So it's a post-production technique where the musicians, along with the music mix engineer, would sit in a studio, create a mix, which is typically different instruments or different elements of that music brought all together in a 360-degree soundscape that can give you more clarity, depth, and detail. So different genres of music, whatever it is, we've seen it in music that has been reimagined. The classics that have been reimagined in Dolby Atmos sound a lot better. The new age, music across genres sound absolutely stunning because it literally pulls you inside the song where you can hear different elements. It's like, and when you draw reference to the playback environment, since we are here to talk about auto, from an automotive space, I think I just gave you an anecdote of the musician, right? He would produce the song in the studio and then test it through a cassette in a car. Now the same musician, what he creates in a studio, can play back in the same manner in a car. It's a lot easier because it's a controlled environment, unlike a living room where there is ambient noise, there is and there is very little flexibility in terms of moving your furniture to get the best possible experience. In a car, there are spaces which can actually be tuned to deliver the best possible Atmos experience. That's what we do with our partners, from an OEM perspective. So just to conclude, from a Dolby perspective, it's an ecosystem effort that we build, where the journey, as I said, starts with the creators. So creators use our technology. Then we work with the services that delivers that technology. So our partners like Ghana, for example, or Apple Music delivers Dolby Atmos experience through the native infotainment system in the car today. And then comes the car itself, where there's a lot of work we do with the head unit and the system integrators and, of course, the OEM to ensure what was created, delivered, plays back in the best possible format in Dolby Atmos.
Mr. Batra, in this scrapping business, how much innovation is happening, and how are you making sure that the scrapping is happening in a sustainable manner, and there is a substantial reduction in wastage?
Look, as I mentioned that this scrapping is happening since decades, and now it's totally the new structure. This is through the registered vehicle scrappage facility. The purpose for making in a structured manner is that how we can make in a more efficient manner, more sustainable manner. So while you are scrapping the vehicles, lot many fuels, lot many minerals will come out from while scrapping the vehicles, which further deteriorate the environment. So now, whatever the facilities are coming up, they are coming up with a very highly technical equipments, like say depolluting equipment, which is the first process for vehicle scrapping, which extract the 7 types of fuels from the vehicle and keep it separately. While we are scrapping the battery, though it's a very precious material like lithium, cobalt, and nickel, but at the time of extracting, we are ensuring that it should not further deteriorate the environment. It should not be the landfill. It should not deteriorate the water level which is available under the ground. So the complete process itself designed in such a way that while this is a purpose to save the environment, but at the time of dismantling the vehicle, it should not do anything negative for the environment. So especially I mentioned about the fuels, I mentioned about the battery. Then when we are creating the steel and ferrous and non-ferrous material, that also we are trying to utilize in a manner that which can help to basically utilize for the new vehicles. Especially I can say, means there are 3 types of environment saving and sustainability. One is that, of course, from the energy. Second is, of course, the recycle. And third is the life of the product. So recycle, which we are doing right now. Here also, while the recycling, we have to check that whatever components or equipments or parts which will stack from the car or the trucks, how we can utilize those in a new vehicle. Because complete vehicle is not having the life of 20 years. Some of the components of the vehicle having the life of 50 years, more than 50 years. So we should not scrap those vehicles and trying to utilize those vehicles for the manufacturing of new vehicles. So all those things is a complete chain from scrapping to the vehicle to the manufacturing of the new vehicles. Though it's in a very nascent stage, it will take a couple of years' time to be more matured. But I'm sure the direction which is coming up from the government and the OEMs and the companies like us are basically connected with each other. Definitely in a couple of years, you will find enormous change in this industry. And I'm coming to your question once again, that complete process is designed in such a way that each and every aspect should be considered for the sustainable point of view and to give something to the environment, not in a negative way, in a positive way.
Every time, at least when we were younger, when our family wanted to buy a car, we always had this weekend plan of going to every dealership and having a touch and feel of the car and deciding on the product. Has that changed? Because has the brick and mortar model seen a drastic change, and people are okay to make a decision just by experiencing through software, or is it a mix of both?
No, as you rightly said that, it used to be a weekend thing, right? So, and I think that is not, that has not changed the fact that it is still a weekend thing where, people as a family, as a unit go and, experience the car in the real world. That is still happening because buying a car is not an impulse decision. It requires you to have multiple visits. It requires you to have multiple people involved in that process. Multiple people have to say yes. If, as a family you are buying it, you're not buying it as an individual in most cases. But what we have started seeing in the last, 3-4 years, especially, is that, there is a community living, right? So if my friend, let's say, today goes out and buy a car, I know that, I can use that friend's car and test drive it and, see how it feels. I can sit inside it, and I don't actually then need to go for a test drive because I already have the vehicle available for test drive. All I now need to worry about is, hey, which variant and which color should I buy? And that is something, that part of the process is something that can easily happen online. And then does it require a physical visit? And also, if in the physical world, that variant or that color may or may not be available, because, as a dealer, I cannot hold the entire inventory. Mostly, I will have the top end variant available in the dealership. I won't have all the colors and all the, accessories available in the dealership with me at all times. So that is where the online journeys come into picture, where, I have done the test drive either at the dealership or through my friend's car or somebody that I know owns that car. I've driven it, or, I've sat inside it. Now I want to add more information to my decision-making process. That information can be color, it can be variant, it can be, which accessory should I go with, or which accessory kit should I go with. And that is where the online journey is very, very helpful. So to answer your question, I don't think it has drastically changed, but the consumer behavior itself, the elements of community living have come in, the elements of the car not being readily available for test drive have come in. So I'm restricted to what I see online then in those cases. And I've also seen some consumers place an order online. So, and, I don't want to say that, we are westernizing the car buying process, because even in the West, like, people are going to the dealerships and buying it. But then there are some cars where, you don't actually, need the test drive. You just want to buy them. And, the new electric vehicles that are coming in, people are experiencing those vehicles very differently the way they were experiencing vehicles in the past. So I think it's about how you create that vehicle experience also. Because as an OEM, if my vehicle experience online is like really immersive, it is really interactive, and it gives me the ability to go book it, then of course I will. So I think experience design comes in handy. And those are the things, or those are the factors which have changed in the last few years, and are now impacting the reliance on the online world is also going up.
So, do you think there will be a differentiating factor between, say, two OEMs? If I have a better experience at OEM A virtually than compared to OEM B, will this be a deciding factor in the mind of consumer at some point?
No, it certainly plays on their mind, right? So it's not only about the car, it's also about the experience. And, we all say that, the packaging matters as well. And, this is all part of the packaging. So if the visuals that I see, the TV ads that I see, the quality and the fidelity of how I present my vehicle to the audience, all this is, OEMs take this very seriously, like, because for them it's art that, hey, we've invested so much money in building this vehicle. Now we want to make sure that the experience around it justifies the vehicle itself. And, I can have the best product, but if I don't market it well, or I don't market the features of the product well, or I don't show the features to, all my potential consumers, and don't distribute it well online, then I can definitely, be defeated by somebody who has maybe not those many features, or maybe the design is not that great. So it definitely plays a big role. Having said that, I think the product is the ultimate winner in most cases. You can have the best experience and not have the best product, you will still lose. So I think it's a combination of both. You need the best experience and the best product to truly differentiate in a highly competitive market like India.
Okay, now when we talk about AI inside the car, in the car is a rather private space unless and until it's a shared mobility product. So in that case, all the data that you collect from the consumer, do you think there will be a concern about that? Do you think there will be a concern about privacy from consumers?
Sure. So I think what happens inside the car is not very different from what happens in your phone, because the systems are similar. So the systems which are used for any AI interaction with the consumer are systems like Apple CarPlay or Android Auto. And that is where most of the AI applications reside today. And they follow the same compliance as your smartphone does. So from a data privacy or a security standpoint, it's not very different from what happens in your smartphone, because your car is always connected to your phone. And that is the infrastructure which AI leverages. It's not a separate infrastructure than that. And the data also that it captures is very similar to the data that you would anyways be sharing on your smartphone. And, these days the compliance on data security and privacy are very strong. So, there are no two ways about it. So I don't see that as a challenge per se, because that is something which the smartphone industry or the OS manufacturer themselves have been very, very peculiar about. And, they have the strongest of the strongest standards these days. So privacy as a notion, I'm a big believer in it. Security as a notion, I'm a big believer in it. So, I'm optimistic that, AI will be regulated in a way, or the data will be regulated in a way that they are secure, and, we don't run into troubles.
Mr. Seth, Indian market, we saw you collaborating with Mahindra. So at one point, Dolby Atmos was considered a very premium product. But does Indian market make sure that you keep your costs low and make sure that it reaches to Indian masses? Because we are here in numbers and we don't want to pay much for everything.
No, I mean, see, Dolby, as a company, we believe in delivering an experience, as I said, which is uncompromised and the best possible experience that is possible in any device type. It's not about the money. It's not about premiumness. It's about premium experience, not in terms of the value, but in terms of the sheer experience that we deliver. The pricing is at the peril of the partners. I mean, we, as I said, we just enable the experience. We do not decide on the pricing, for example. Since you're talking about the end consumer pricing, that's a decision that's taken by the OEMs. Our aim is to bring a Dolby experience to as many consumers in India as possible. We've seen that success in cinemas. Any film that really matters to the box office today in different Indian languages releases in Dolby Atmos. I mean, on an average, we see about 3 to 4 films releasing every weekend in Dolby Atmos, from cinemas to living room. I mean, you streaming content not only in English and Hindi, but in different Indian languages. Is coming into the living rooms, even on the go devices, your mobile phones, your tablets. So there's a lot of work that we do with creators, with services that delivers the content, and then, of course, the playback. Now, the playback, of course, can be a mobile phone, can be your TV, can be, of course, your car. Our goal really is to deliver this experience in the best possible format, in the best possible manner that the device is capable of. And as I also spoke about the behavioral change that we are seeing in Indian consumers. So they, of course, are price conscious, but then they don't want to compromise on the quality and the experience. And that's what they're prioritizing on by upgrading their devices, by upgrading the subscription service to the services that they're doing. So I don't see that the price being a deterrent. We just want more and more consumers to experience Dolby in different lifestyles.
Mr. Batra, you touched upon battery scrappage. Now, and also the fact that in India, scrapping has been happening for a long, long time, of course, because there were old vehicles and they were getting scrapped, but they were being done by unorganized sector. Now, with EV, there's a big challenge because unorganized sector is just not capable enough to handle the scrappage of battery. Do you think a strict policy needs to be made to make sure that the battery at its end life cycle is handled carefully?
Yeah, as such, battery is one of the crucial element, not only for scrapping point of view, but for the new vehicle point of view also. So it also has both the aspects. One is that how safely you dismantle the battery from your place, and how effectively you utilize the extract of the battery to make the EV lighter, or EV, I mean, less expensive. So both the aspects are there in this case also. So we are working and we are exploring the possibilities and working with the battery companies, how we can extract the lithium, cobalt, and nickel from the battery in a much efficient and safer manner, because both are very important. And then we are supplying this to the battery manufacturer. They will recycle these elements after some purification, some treatment with these metals, and then they will use the same in the new vehicles. So you rightly mentioned, means today there is no structured processes available in the industry. Even companies like us also right now exploring the possibilities, to be very honest. We also don't have very written guidelines, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 steps you have to do. So we are working with the battery companies and we are exploring the process, how safely we can explore, how safely we can extract the material from the battery. You are rightly mentioned, it's a big challenge for the industry, not only for the unorganized, even today for the organized companies also.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Batra. Thank you, Mr. Seth. And thank you, Kana, for joining us for this session and taking time out to talk to us. Thanks a lot. Thank you.
That was quite an insightful discussion. Well, for our next session, someone rightly said, 4 wheels move the body, but 2 wheels move the soul. Our next guest lives and breathes motorcycles. Motorcycling enthusiasts are cut from a different cloth, and he epitomizes that thought. He loves to tour extensively on his motorcycle and also heads the Harley-Davidson business for Hero Motorcorp. Ladies and gentlemen, please join me in welcoming Ravi Avalur on the stage.
Who hasn't heard of Harley Davidson, a brand synonymous with motorbikes and the love of riding? Ravi Avalur heads Harley in India, but this discussion is going to be a bit different. We are not going to talk about business and growth and numbers. We will now focus on the love of riding. Thanks, Ravi, for joining us today and talking about your passion for riding. First question to you, how big is this leisure riding industry in India, and how has it grown in over the last few years that you have seen it?
Well, it would be difficult to put a number to it, but I think what has
I don't
been
want
driving...
numbers, I want experience.
What's been driving that boom in India is a realization that you don't necessarily need great infrastructure to go touring. In fact, the lack of it very often makes for a better motorcycling experience. But that increase in infrastructure over the last few years makes it easier getting to places. Now you can get to Manali. If you leave in the morning, you can be there in the evening. And it's quite easy to get up to the Himalayas. A person can take a week off and do a reasonable trip. Also, we've seen more infrastructure come up. Also, we have a race circuit in Delhi, which we didn't have 15 years ago. So we've seen a lot of improvement in both the sports side of it and also the touring side of it. And it's been positive.
You just came back from a riding experience. How was it? Where were you and how was the experience?
Well, actually, we were at India Bike Week, which is India's largest music festival for sure. It would definitely be amongst, I would say, the top 10 festivals in the world. We had 17,000 people there on Sunday, a nearly equal number the day before that. And I, of course, this time I didn't have much time, so I flew into Bombay and I rode only that last bit from there, and I flew back because we had this meeting here.
But what is the most attractive location for you to ride to?
I think the Himalayas by far. We're blessed in this country with the most beautiful mountains, some of the world's tallest mountains. And it's wonderful, the combination of incredible infrastructure that enables reasonable speeds for a performance bike, and the complete lack of that infrastructure that makes for a true adventure. And you can get all of that in one trip. You can be at 40 degrees during the day and -2 at night on smooth tarmac one day and very difficult off-road sections the next. So India offers an incredible variety in a fairly contained area.
You know, India is a little bit of a difficult market in the sense that, yes, biking community is rising, but we've also seen that the top premium market is not seeing as much growth as it was expected earlier. What's the reason for that? Have you ever given it a thought?
Oh, I've given it lots of thought, and I don't think it's necessarily a bad thing. So people earlier were polarized towards either riding a small commuter bike, a 100cc bike, and that was a bike they needed, not a bike that they wanted, or a very large displacement bike that was overpowered for our conditions for the most part. And if you go back 30 years ago, the streets were full of Japanese race bikes for the most part. That's what was coming into the country. I think there's been a boom in the middleweight segment, and to define that, that's the segment between 350 and 500cc, priced roughly between 2 lakhs and 4 lakhs, and that's somewhat affordable when you break it down into EMIs. And it takes a lot of riding before someone actually has more skill than the motorcycle does, before he's actually outgrown that motorcycle. And I think it's a lot more usable, it's economical. So there's a gravitation towards the middleweight segment. That number has gone in 10 years from something like 200,000 to 1 million motorcycles. And the big bike segment stays as a niche. It's not necessarily going to grow at the same pace as the middleweight segment. In fact, as you said, it's come down in the last 3 years, but I think it's entirely because of these options available at more affordable price points that we never had in the past.
So I used to ride earlier, and there is a bit of joy that you feel when you feel the air hitting you when you're riding. But what's propelling this? I see every time we travel on highways, we see groups, at least 2-3 groups you do encounter when you're going on a highway where people are riding. What is propelling this excitement for riding?
Well, I think it's very different in a car. I mean, if you asked a bird whether he preferred the sky or a cage, I think there are very few birds who'd opt to be in the cage. And a car is a bit of a cage compared to a motorcycle. That's the problem. You're on a bike, you've got this 360 view around you. You don't have the wind in your hair anymore because you have to wear a helmet, but at least you have the wind on your face. And you bank into turns. It's a very relaxing feeling. The other beautiful thing about a motorcycle is you can't afford to think about anything else. You think about anything else and that's a very quick end. So you could have had this terrible day at work, you could have had this argument with your wife, you could have any number of depressing things on your mind, but the moment you're on a motorcycle, they all move to the fringe. So it becomes very meditational. You know, people say in meditation, try to think about nothing, and then you try to think about nothing, and then you start thinking more about something, and you can't think about nothing. And on a bike, it's very natural. So you get off after 5 or 6 hours for a break, and you're a lot happier than when you got on. And I think that's the beauty of a motorcycle, is the psychological aspect of it.
You know, Harley has a group called Harley Ownership Groups. Now, how has that journey been over time? Do you see people more interested in joining that group? What's happening there?
So definitely what the group gives is people safety in numbers when they ride, and also membership of a club that has like-minded people. And in the States, it had its origin after the Second World War, when you had a lot of American soldiers returning from the war, now without a job, many of them with varying degrees of post-traumatic stress disorder, and they wanted to be around people like them. Obviously, in today's world, and in India, that context isn't there for the groups, but the groups help each other, because there's always a novice who needs someone who has a little bit more experience than he does, so he can ask questions, and there's always an expert who's just dying to give people advice. So it's an ideal meeting ground for that, and it's a big part of why people buy a motorcycle, and it helps people come into it easily, and there's a sharper learning curve if they ride in groups.
And have you seen women riders coming in big numbers? I think at least social media tells me that there are lots of women riders in India now. But what's your experience?
I think it's a very big absolute number, as anything in India is, because our numbers are so large. But as a percentage, it's still fairly niche. But when you have women riders, they tend to be very prolific riders. They ride very long distances. Some riders have also been riding in the National Race Championship, in the Rally Championship, and they tend to be very visible because they then tend to be very good riders and they tend to be noticed. So I would say there's a good opportunity for India to catch up with the percentage of women that ride in the West. I understand in the States it's about 20%. For us, I would estimate it's still less than 2%. So there's huge scope for that to change. But I think for many women, it's also freedom, and a motorcycle is a way of expressing that freedom.
India is a very big market for two-wheelers. If you talk about riding, there are so many people riding in India. But yes, leisure riding is a very small percentage of that. Now, mostly I've seen people who are leisure riders are very focused on their safety. But that's not the case across the country. Now, you are somebody who loves to ride. I want you to give an advice to people who ride on how to focus on their safety.
Well, it's easy to focus on safety when it's cold, right? But that's, you wear your boots, you wear riding pants, you wear a jacket, you wear a helmet, you wear gloves, you protect your elbows, you protect your knees, and you go out like a knight onto your motorcycle. And in this weather, it's perfectly fine. In fact, I hate riding without gear. I feel odd. The problem is in summer, and you always have that accident when you least expect it. So it'll be on that day that you're wearing a t-shirt and a pair of jeans, just going to the market and not going to Ladakh. But the fact is the car hits you at the same speed when you're going to the market as it does when you're up in the hills. So it's better to wear all the gear, all the time. And I would say if one really finds it too difficult to wear gear, it's better not to ride that day. If it's too hot, don't ride that day. It really makes a difference. The other thing to invest in is more than investing in the motorcycle. The priority is to invest in yourself in terms of training and actually getting out there and riding. There's a paradox. If you ride too little, it's dangerous because you haven't had enough practice. If you ride too much, it becomes more statistically probable you'll have an accident. So the fact is, you need to stay on top of things, you need to be aware of your surroundings, and you need to ride well within your limits. Most accidents are because people are on the edge of their limits or beyond. And I think speed doesn't necessarily give the greatest thrills. It's getting to areas you could best reach on a motorcycle, and it's gradually maybe developing skills to go over a wide variety of terrain at a gradually increasing speed. So don't seek speed as the pure measure of happiness. It can be thrilling, but in the short term.
And today's India is looking towards leisure riding. There are lots of youngsters who dream of taking their bikes up in the hills or to the beach. What do you think their journey should be in terms of taking the next step towards premium bikes or just going on these long rides? How do you think they should approach this?
Well, I think definitely at the beginning, there's safety in numbers, and I would not advise anyone to ride alone because anything could happen. It's always better to be 2 or 3 riders or a group. If one's in a group, it's always important to be mindful of the varying skill levels in the group. You can't keep up with the fastest rider. It's better to ride at your own pace with all the gear, as I said before. And many people can't find the week to get away to, say, Ladakh. But you can go into Gurgaon, into the Aravalis. You can leave at 6 in the morning and be back at 12. And they're incredible riding trails there. Incredibly easy places to develop one's skill, where if you have a minor drop or an accident, it's on soft ground. And any number of people willing to assist with training, both amongst friends and training schools. So I would say go slowly, because the important thing is to maintain your enthusiasm over the long run. Too often we see bikes that come into us for service because they haven't been used enough, not because they've been used too much. So a lot of problems related to non-use that we see, and that's always more heartbreaking. I think what people need to do is be consistent and constant and not over-enthusiastic at the beginning and then let go of it.
Okay, Ravi, You have had a good success with X440. Do you think we will see more products at this more affordable end of the bike spectrum from Harley?
Definitely, because I think what Harley showed Hero, first of all, the partnership between Harley Davidson, it was a partnership. And it was the largest bike Hero had ever manufactured. But it was the smallest bike that Harley had ever manufactured for a long time. They made a bike that was small in the 60s, 70s, but gradually bikes got bigger and bigger and bigger. And they hadn't had a bike sub 500cc for a long time. So what it showed Harley is the way forward, because world over, the average demographic of the motorcycle rider is going up. In other words, new people aren't coming into riding. In the States, in the early 90s, in the 80s, the rider's average age was 30-something. In the 90s, it was 40-something. Today, it's above 50. So it's basically more or less the same person and not enough new people coming into it. In India, we don't have that problem because we have a very young population. We have a thriving economy. We have rising disposable income. And you have a lot of young people coming into riding. So for the States, it's a way of building a bike that will appeal to younger people. For India, it's a way of satisfying that demand that will be predominantly for smaller, middleweight bikes, which are easier to ride.
And about recreational riding, what is it that you are planning to do to increase it more, to encourage more people to join maybe Harley Bikers Group, HOG?
Well, first of all, the riders group we have is open to all people who buy the bike. We have a small fee, of course, for the rider to pay at the beginning. But the value that they get out of the club is immense. So we have a good percentage, I can't remember what it is, but of people who sign up for the club at the time of buying the bike. And then they're always welcome to join the club even later. We're investing a lot in giving rider training. And we're coming out with our own line of safety gear, which gives people the possibility of having Harley branded safety gear. And we also organize tours under the brand Destination X, specifically for our X440 customers. And for that, we partner with reliable off-road operators, tarmac operators. We do at least 5 tours like that every year. Last year, we did Kaziranga. We did Leh at least twice last year for the smaller bikes. And it's quite economical for not much. Someone can go for a week to Ladakh, and we look after everything. We give them the mechanics, the backup medical, on-the-go riding instruction. So there's always a master rider riding with them who will be able to give them tips wherever they stop. You know, you should be doing this and not that. And we try to make it accessible. And with that, we see a lot of people gradually graduating from the smaller bike, which is the X440, to buying a larger motorcycle, because within 6 to 8 months, they feel confident and they move upwards.
So, in this, when you said that you will be launching more products in the mass market segment, or less cc segment before 40cc segment, do we expect something smaller than that, or will that be around this sub 500cc is what that you would be looking at?
Can't comment on that, but I can say is that we want to cater to different segments of riders also with the type of riding that they do. So to the urban rider, to the highway cruiser, to the explorer. And I think that's important. CC and price, these things are secondary. The first thing is to cater to different types of riders, and that we'll do. We'll always remain a premium player. And of course, we won't focus on areas of business that are not in line with what Harley are renowned for, which is basically recreational and leisure riding.
You know, when Harley announced its exit from India, lots of Harley owners were very concerned about what happens to their bikes now. Are those concerns all allayed now? They're all put to rest, and are people comfortable with the service that you're giving them?
I think most of those owners spent a very nervous 6 months because Hardeed left the country. And then Hero stepped in. And with Hero, they have the world's largest motorcycle manufacturer, partnered with the world's most iconic motorcycle manufacturer. And we've resolved all the issues, the logistics related to part supply. The Harley-Davidson University, the trains technicians, was reactivated. The dealer network was reinstated, but more than reinstated, it was expanded because now for the X440, we have nearly 100 Hero touch points selling that bike as well, over and above the 20 Harley-Davidson focused legacy dealers. So I think universally, the feeling amongst our rider community of hogs is they're all very satisfied because I think now they have none of the problems. In fact, the situation has improved, and a lot of Indian companies, a lot of foreign companies eventually benefit from partnering with an Indian company that understands the local market and that are structured to provide the support that is required, even for small numbers dispersed over a large territory, which is the case in India.
Thank you so much, Ravi, for taking time out and speaking to us. Thanks a lot.
Thank you very much.
Minister Nitin Gadkari is expected in some time, and before that, we will take a short break. You are free to have your tea or coffee, and then we convene here in some time.
Ladies and gentlemen, I request you to settle down. The minister is here and we'll be beginning shortly in the next 1 minute. So I request you all to settle down, please. Thank you.
Hi. Sorry.
Today, we are graced by the presence of a visionary leader, a dedicated public servant, and a true champion of innovation and development. Under his remarkable leadership, India's infrastructure landscape has transformed significantly, setting benchmarks in road connectivity, sustainable development, and futuristic planning. We are truly privileged to have him here today to share his insights and inspire us with his wisdom. Ladies and gentlemen, please join me in welcoming our chief guest for the NDTV Auto Conclave, Shri Nitin Gadkari ji, Honorable Minister of Road, Transport and Highways, Government of India. May I invite Mugdha Mishra, Editor, NDTV Auto, and Vishnu Shom, Group Executive Editor, NDTV, to escort Shri Gadkari ji on stage.
Come, sir. Sir, आपको एक बटन दबाना है यहाँ to launch our
हमारी NDTV
new
ऑटो की वेबसाइट
auto
लॉन्च कर रहे हैं.
website.
This is the button, sir. Wait a second, wait. Oops. Okay. ये अभी वो वापस बताएंगे हमें कब करना है.
Can we go ahead? Sir, put your hand on top.
इसीलिए डिजिटल कर दिया था. ईवी में जैसे आवाज आती है ना वैसे ही बस. सर 5 मिनट के लिए हम
Sir,
नीचे
आइए.
जाएंगे. 2 मिनट के लिए बस वो चेयर्स लगा ले
अभी
फिर
वो chair
वापस
लेके
बातचीत
आपको
करें.
बुला देंगे, sir.
So we welcome you all to this special occasion, the official launch of the NDTV Auto website. This platform is poised to become the ultimate destination for automotive enthusiasts, providing cutting-edge insights, the latest trends, and in-depth news and reviews from the evolving world of automobiles. May I request we already have Shri Nitin Gadkari ji, Honorable Minister, Road, Transport and Highways, Government of India, and may I request Vishnu Shom, Group Executive Editor, NDTV, and Mugdha Mishra, Editor Auto, NDTV, to please come up on the stage.
No, I can't. Sir, sorry, sir.
We should have thought about this earlier.
Again, it remains mic on.
Well, gear up now for an electrifying conversation with the Union Minister Nitin Gadkari. He is the architect behind India's road revolution. We'll delve into the high-octane world of India's transport sector, from world-class highways reshaping our landscapes to the surge in electric vehicles sparking a green revolution. Discover the future of mobility, the push for sustainable fuels, and how Mr. Gadkari's vision is driving India towards becoming a global auto powerhouse. This is a conversation on how India's highwayman plans to accelerate India's journey into the future. Thank you very much, sir, for being with us. Throughout the day, we focused a lot on India's transition to electric vehicles, EVs. The numbers we have in India, while encouraging, still lag behind, for example, China. But it is your endeavor to actually make us a global leader. What are you doing to ensure that happens?
Our automobile industry is very important as far as the economic growth of our country is concerned. When I taken charge as minister, the size of the industry was 7 lakh crore. And our number was something 7th in the world. But today we just surpassed Japan. And now our number is 3rd. And the volume of our industry is 22 lakh crore. Now the USA is number 1, having the size of 78 lakh crores. Then second number is China, it is 47 lakh crore. And India is 22 lakh crore. It is really a remarkable thing that this is the industry which is giving maximum GST to the state and central government as a part of the GST. This is the industry which is up till now create 4 crore 50 lakh jobs. And this is the industry which is contributes in our growth because our maximum export is from automobile industry. Now the all world reputed brands present in India, and now we are developing the new technology, particularly alternative fuel and biofuel, and that electric, hydrogen, flex engine. I'm coming with the Innova car,
yes.
First in the world that Innova is, which is on 100% bioethanol. And that creates 60% power, electricity, and the cost as per comparison with the petrol, it comes to 25 rupees per liter.
So before we talk about a full transition to EVs, which is already there, do you believe that we need to be ready for a transition to biofuels much more? That is going to be a middle ground until EVs become
First,
fully
you need to
available?
understand, we have the 25 lakh crores import of the fossil fuel. So this is a big economic challenge. That's the first thing. Second thing, because of fossil fuel, what type of problem for air pollution we are facing, I don't need to explain the people of Delhi. It's very hazardous and it is really a problematic. And the third is, the cost-effective point of view also, the cost is very high. So basic our object is import substitute, cost-effective, pollution-free, and indigenous. Now I'm just telling you, it's a really good example. Last year, the price of the corn in the market was 1,200 rupees per quintal. But when our government giving permission for making ethanol from the corn, now the corn price is 2,400 per quintal, twice. And now this is the time in agriculture, we have surplus rice, surplus wheat, surplus sugar, and surplus corn. Even we are not up to the mark of MSP also, the market. Commercial prices are lower, and MSP is higher side, and market price to the lower side. So in a situation, it is going to helpful for the agriculture. And if 22 lakh crores of imports of this fossil fuel, if you can take it at least 5 to 7 lakh crore, it is going to increase the growth rate of agriculture.
Right.
So that is equally important.
So you have implemented E20 already, and most likely the E20 petrol availability is going to be pan-India very soon. We are already seeing it's available at most of the places. But what's your next target? Because we have seen lots of countries adopting ethanol at a much higher level. What's your next target with ethanol?
Actually, already the two-wheelers company, Bajaj, TVS, Hero, Honda, they have already, I have launched their two-wheelers on bioethanol. And auto rickshaw also, they have already technology available on bioethanol. The second important thing is now the Toyota has going to establish their plant in Aurangabad for making flex engine.
Yes.
So Toyota, Mahindra, Tata, Maruti Suzuki and Hyundai, they are planning now, they are also in the process of making flex engine car. So now Indian Oil has taken a decision to open 400 pumps of ethanol. In place of petrol, ethanol will be the fuel. And now it is to be really a great achievement that even 100% ethanol we can give to these two-wheelers, three-wheelers, and even for the cars. The other important thing is very important. Just 3 to 4 months before I got appointed to launch the motorcycle on CNG from Bajaj in Pune. The cost in CNG, the per kilometer cost for the motorcycle Bajaj per petrol coming to 2 rupees 25 paisa per kilometer.
Yes.
And for CNG it comes to 1 rupees per kilometer. Now already there is an increase in the marketing share of the car who are on CNG. Now there are two types of CNG. They are petroleum CNG and bio CNG. Now the parali, rice straw, which the Punjab and Haryana farmers, which they are burning, because of that in Delhi we are facing the air pollution problem. Now we are 400 projects we have in the process, out of which 60 already started. And they are making bio CNG from parali. And in Panipat, there is a project from Indian Oil where they are making 1 lakh liter of bioethanol from rice straw, parali, 150 ton of biobitumin, and 78,000 ton per year bio-aviation fuel, sustainable aviation fuel. So this is to be, we can make this waste to wealth. So I am confident that today the alternative fuel and biofuel is going to reduce our import bill. And at the same time, it is going to reduce the pollution, and it is going to increase the agriculture growth rate. And economic point of view, this is exactly the pathway to make India Atmanirbhar Bharat.
You've raised an important point. We all breathe this polluted air this time of the year. But there is often a problem in infrastructure in getting stubble from the fields of Haryana and Punjab to these centers where they can be converted into biofuels. Do you believe this needs to be a national priority? Because transforming the agricultural cycle in Punjab and Haryana is very difficult. Farmers don't want to do that. But if there is an alternative to where their stubble can go efficiently and effectively, it could reduce pollution.
It is 100% possible. Now these 400 plants, which are at maximum in Punjab and Haryana, actually 2 days before I was in Amritsar. Now a lot of people are now starting this project, some of in the process, by which now the cost of the parallel is 2,500 rupees per ton.
Yes.
And the Haryana government is giving subsidy for that. And now there are some agricultural equipment we need to making the baling of that material and everything. All the process is going on. I don't know, but just I listening from the concerning people that this year, the parallel burning is reduced by 40%. And I am confident within 2 to 3 years, it is going to be reduced by 100% because there are two important philosophies. One is innovation, entrepreneurship, science, technology, research, skill, and successful practices. We name it as knowledge and conversion of knowledge into wealth is the one. And the second is conversion of waste into wealth.
Right.
So the parallel to bio-CNG is a conversion of waste to wealth. Now I'm just giving the example. Delhi have 4 mountains of this municipal garbage. Now we have just used 80 lakh ton of municipal garbage in the road construction in UR2 and Mumbai-Delhi Express Highway, then Ahmedabad, Vadodara, Ahmedabad Dolero Highway, then in Chandigarh also. So now already we have in the finalization of the agreement that we can take this municipal waste up to 100 meters for using in road construction. So it is going to resolve the problem of waste problem in Delhi. At the same time, by segregating the waste, glass, metal, and plastic, there is a recycling of it possible. And from organic waste, it go to biodigester where we will get methane. And from methane, we can get hydrogen, green hydrogen, or ethanol, or CNG. So this is to be an alternative of waste to wealth. So no person, no material is waste. It is depending upon the appropriate technology. It is depending upon the vision of the leadership about the futuristic vision by which 100% we will convert the waste to wealth. That is to be a great asset for the country.
So in all this, there is a lot of research required and lot of investment required from OEMs to adopt these new technologies as well. What do you think can be done to encourage them to invest here and adopt these technologies? CNG became a reality. We have seen CNG consumption by people, by buying CNG cars has increased. But what can be done so that OEMs interact more and invest in technologies, for example, this biogas technology?
Actually, frankly speaking, I am working on this from 2004. But anything when the idea is out of box, either it is media or bureaucracy or the system or the people, they don't want to believe it. But today the game is changed now. Now everyone is talking about the alternative fuel and biofuel. Now the Global Alliance G20 is there. Even automobile company was not ready to listen all these things. But today it has become a success story. And I feel that now there is no problem because there are important thing is there. Any project you need proven technology, economic viability, availability of raw material, and marketability of the finished product. The most important thing is, as comparison with the fossil fuel, the biofuel and alternative fuel is very cheap.
Right.
And we don't need to convince the people. Now I just have an electric tractor. So I am spending 3 lakhs rupees maximum in my electric tractor, in my diesel tractor. And for electric tractor, my cost is 25,000 rupees. If suppose you have a car, in petrol car, you are spending 30,000 rupees. For your electric car, the bill will be 3,000. If you have a CNG car, your bill will be 12,000.
Right.
So already the economic saving is there. You don't need to market. And if there is a market is there, you don't need to convince the automobile manufacturer. They are very intelligent people. They understand what is the choice of the people. Immediately they start the production.
I wanted to ask you a little bit about road safety, because unfortunately we continue to have terrible deaths on our roads. 450 Indians die every year. But I think one good thing that is happening is that many car manufacturers are now rated 5-star in terms of safety. When I spoke to you, I think a little bit more than a year back, we had spoken about seat belts in the back of cars. And there's always been a concern even now that airbags, the more you pay, the more airbags you get, which shouldn't be the case. There need to be basic safety standards across car manufacturers. What more needs to be done to bring down the fatality rate on India's roads?
Because of Bharat NCAP, already airbag star rating is there. And now because of the star rating, every company, it is now very important for them to make their car up to the mark, up to the standard. And if suppose anywhere it is published, this company car is not up to the mark, then they have to face the problem in the market. So now everyone is cautious. I don't need to make any circular for that. They are very cautious about, because consumer is very, very intelligent now. He understands which is the safe car or not. So that today there is no problem about it. But one thing which I will accept that, from last 10 years, I am the minister for all this department. Everywhere there is a success story. But regarding road safety for this year, the accident, 5 lakhs accidents, and previously 1,50,000 deaths. Now more than 5 lakhs accidents and 1,68,000 deaths. And in the death, The 60% of the deaths are young people. Their age is 18 to 34. It's very unfortunate. But there are four things which are responsible, is road engineering and automobile engineering. We have already taken all preventive measures. Regarding road engineering, there was a lot of defects. We have given 40,000 crores for improving black spots. In the automobile engineering now, Bharat NCAP star rating is there. We are taking all preventive measures as far as automobile engineering is concerned. Third is enforcement. We have already passed the law, road safety law. And fourth is, that is exactly important, the behavior of the common people. If the red signal is there, you have to stop there. You are, at a time when you are running car or the scooter, you should not talk on the mobile phone. These are the small things. The lane discipline is important, where we need your cooperation. Unfortunately, there is a feeling in the mind of the people, neither they have fear for the law and neither they have respect for the law. This type of situation is there, and we are really facing problem. Now we are concentrating on the students, making lot of program with the help of lot of automobile company and other, and from Amitabh Bachchan to all actor, actress, then cricketers, we are making the campaign, and media is also helping us. But the the result is still, that is increasing of 18,000 accident in the country compared with the last year. I'm really very guilty conscious and sorry for that.
So don't you think we need to maybe focus from where it all starts, that the driving license? In most of the cases in the country, driving licenses are given very easily. Don't you think we need to fix that problem first, where the driving license process becomes a little bit, it has become a lot because in Delhi NCR itself, there are lots of centers where you have to actually pass all the hurdles. But across the country, the situation is not the same. Don't you think we need to do something there so that driver education becomes better?
I will tell you one of the incident in my life when I was leader of opposition in Maharashtra Assembly. The Vilasrao Deshmukh, who was the chief minister at the time. I know the RTO, he was very transparent. By weaving money, he immediately signed the driving license. So I take the license on the name of Vilasrao Deshmukh, with spending 100 rupees and showing into the assembly, please see, this is the transparent government, that 100 rupees, you will get the license. Now if I can ask the question to all these people, please. Who are the people who are going into the RTO office and giving trial, examination, and after that they get the license? Majority people, they manage, they get the license in their home. But today we have taken a lot of decisions. Now it's not so easy. We have taken all measures for that. Unfortunately, India is the country where you get the automobile license very easily. In the USA, it is so difficult task. Yeah. So now we are also starting one computerized examination also, and we are trying to make it little bit tough and making a procedure strong, procedure by using the technology. It will not be easy thing. No. But the problem is that this is not a big problem. Problem is rules of the road, whether the people by and large, they are ready to accept this as a responsibility or as a citizen, that we have to obey the law. That is to be a big problem.
Sir, I think one of the biggest achievements under you and of this government has been highway construction. Who would have thought 14, 15 years back we would have the highways that we have now? It's there for all of us to see. But with the construction of highways, there is a certain cost. A part of that cost is borne by the driver who uses that road. Now, we've had a FASTag system that's worked very well. It's cut down on corruption massively. But there are those who say that the cost of travel on highways is still too much. Is there a better technology or a better way of rationalizing costs on the basis of the distance covered?
We are working on a lot of systems, satellite-based toll system and other thing also. Actually, tomorrow I have also a big meeting. Now we have also appointed a committee under the big IT expert of the country. I want to take the opinion of them also. And after that, we will take the decision. And within 3 months, we will go for the tender. It will be transparent system, and it will give maximum relief to the people. We are also thinking on the line that Suppose the car travel only for 10 kilometer, he has to pay the toll for 60 kilometer because there is no toll between the other toll, between two tolls. So now we are making the system by which he has to pay only for 10 kilometer. So we are taking a lot of changes in it. We are going to reduce the...
In 3 months, there will be a tender. In 3 months, there will be a tender for what? A satellite-based system?
Actually, in the world, Russia, the one different technology is there. Germany, their technology is different. USA, their technology is different. And we have already, our one team from NHI also visited in European countries and making the research. But still, there is no unanimity. Yesterday, I have a big meeting in my office also. We are also not coming to the conclusion. So finally, we decided that already we have taken the big expert people from the IT, from Indian level, and we are giving proposal to them. And after consulting them, we will take the final opinion from them, then we will decide what will be the line for that. Now there is a problem about the secrecy also. Somewhere the private people, how they can take that all data. Then again, lot of objections. So frankly speaking, I am also confused. So what exactly the appropriate line for that? So best ways to taking the opinion from the expert people. On that line, we will decide.
They want data-based toll system, but they don't want to share the data.
Yeah, the satellite-based toll system, many experts is telling to me that anyone can take that data. Then there is no secrecy. Then there is a judgment of the Supreme Court about the secrecy also. So a lot of conflicts are there. So on the basis of that, whether you want to use satellite from our country or we will use higher satellite from abroad, lot of problems are there, lot of opinions are there. So finally, we need to have coming to one conclusion that is not still there. So after taking the opinion of these 5 expert people and the committee, we will come to conclusion.
Sir, I just, 1 or 2 more questions. Now, we focused on highways, where we're doing a tremendous job. I mean, who would have thought that traveling between Delhi and Jaipur takes about 4 hours? It used to take at least 2 hours more just a few years back. But what do we do about our cities? Look at the city we live in now. And I know not everything comes under the center. Some things do, some things don't. But as somebody concerned about this, flyovers can only do so much. Underpasses can only do so much. What is the solution to our traffic woes?
Actually, in Delhi, outer Delhi and Delhi, we are spending 65,000 crore. We are already completed ring road of 12,000 crore. Then I don't know too much Delhi about it. The Kalindi Kunj near from Faridabad, there we are making on big road there. That is to be on, we are spending 10,000 crore for that. Then Dwarka Express, half the road we are open. Now there is a tunnel by which under the airstrip we come to T3 directly. So from Panipat to airport, it will be half hour. Presently now it takes 2.5 hours or sometimes 3 hours. Then we are making Delhi, Amritsar, Katra. That is just yesterday Prime Minister opened 4 packages of that road. Where Delhi to Amritsar 4 hours, Katra 6 hours, Srinagar 8 hours, Delhi to Jaipur 2 hours. And next January end we will open Delhi to Dehradun 2 hours. So there will be no flight from Delhi to Jaipur and Dehradun after 2 months. They will be closed, no flight for that.
Sir, I want to ask you, there are so many technologies that are coming in the auto sector. There is EV being talked about, hydrogen fuel cell being talked about. There are, in batteries also, there are many technologies being talked about. There is hybrids. What do you think is the optimal solution for Indian auto and pollution worries?
Actually, it is not only, we should not think on the one line. We have to think about pollution, we have to think about the cost, we have to think about Swadeshi, and we have to think about the agriculture, rural and tribal sector. Because in our GDP growth, agriculture contributes only 14%, and the people belongs to agriculture is 65%. So without developing agriculture, we cannot make Atmanirbhar Bharat. So diversification of agriculture towards energy and power sector is very important. The other important thing is the cost for the fuel and for the vehicle. Now, when we started these electric buses and scooters, I remember the journalist asking me very different type of questions because no one really wants to believe that on the lithium-ion battery it is possible to run the car. Now, at that time, the cost of the lithium-ion battery was $150 per kilowatt per hour. Now it is 110 rupees per kilowatt per hour, $110. So I feel that within 2 years, it will be $100 per kilowatt per hour. Then the cost of the petrol vehicle, diesel vehicle and electric vehicle will be the same. And within 5 years, we will have the all electric buses. Now already electric trucks are now coming into the market. So it is so economically viable. Just I was giving the example that tractor, the diesel tractor, the cost for diesel is 3 lakhs rupees, and for electric is 25,000. So because of change in fuel, we are reducing the cost. At the same time, reducing pollution. And at the same time, we are going to increase our export, create new jobs. And I'm telling you very confidently, I am confident that within 5 years, our Indian automobile industry will be #1 in the world. You just see that. The way in which the industry is developing. And there are two important things. We are the country where the #1 country in the world where we have got all engineering, trained, skilled manpower, young manpower available in India. Then availability of raw material. Because of the scrapping policy, the aluminum, copper, rubber, steel, recycling, the cost of the components will be 30% less. And the second important thing is all these big brands, even Mercedes was telling me when I launched their electric Mercedes that we have decided we will go only for electric, and now they want to make India as their main manufacturing station. All the companies are doing. Now, the many companies are exporting their cars from India to the different part of the world. So this is to be a situation. So every time the rise in automobile industry is really very, very remarkable. You know that in the two-wheeler industry, the Bajaj, TVS, Honda, Hero, they are already, their 50% of the production is export. Our scooters are very popular in African countries, even in Sri Lanka, Bangladesh, everywhere. Our trucks are popular. And when we will become electric truck, hydrogen buses, I feel that we will be #1. And presently, I always telling to people कि हम आज ऊर्जा को आयात करने वाला देश है. हाइड्रोजन शुरू होने के बाद ग्रीन हाइड्रोजन हम ऊर्जा को निर्यात करने वाला देश बनेंगे. हम ऊर्जा को निर्यात करेंगे. And I feel that it is in the reach. It is going to happen.
So one final question. It's very important to have a scrappage policy that works. The number of cars that are being introduced daily is very important. We talk about sustainability, but we have to get rid of scrap metal efficiently. What is the solution?
First of all, I will give the thanks to automobile industries. They are now the person who have their car scrapping certificate. They are getting 2 to 3% discount for purchasing new car or new vehicle. So that is to be first thing. Second thing, we have some 60, 70 plants already started, but the fitness center we don't have.
Right.
And today I'm giving you the news that after going to my house, I'm going to sign on the file for, there is a combination of driving training center and fitness center, and we are going to launch new scheme, and tomorrow I'm going to announce that. So that is going to be very helpful, that where every district will have 4 to 5 fitness centers and at least 10 to 20 driver training centers, where this combination will be economically viable and 100%. After this certificate of the fitness, then we can take the decision for scrapping of that car. Already there are a lot of cars, trucks, buses for the scrapping, they are ready. But we need to have more work on that. Still there are some teething troubles, starting troubles are there, but we will resolve the problem.
You're signing this evening about fitness centers across the country, right?
Yes.
And every district or more than, we will have a certain number of fitness centers where the fitness of a car can be judged. If it's not fit, it gets scrapped. That's what you're saying.
Because without fitness center, now I'm in Nagpur and fitness center in Mumbai. So I have to
No,
take
that's not possible.
1,000 kilometer car. How it is to be possible?
Yes, sir.
So we are giving incentives. The scheme is there. Parliament is going on. So it is difficult for me to tell you details about it. But it's so attractive scheme is that there are thousands of people will come and they will start this project, and which is win-win situation for all the stakeholders.
A big round of applause for that. Where on this program, we've got the minister saying that within hours he's going to push to get this done by signing documentation. Thank you, sir.
Sir, I have two questions for you. One question is, what's your view on hybrids? Because hybrids, though they do offer benefits of partial electrification, they get taxed heavily. So what's your view on hybrids?
My view is against fossil fuel, petrol and diesel. It is a mission for me that how we are going to reduce the use of petrol and diesel, fossil fuel, 2 point of view. One is pollution. I am personally, when coming to Delhi, every day I am thinking when I am going to Nagpur. I don't want to even, every day infection is there. One of the report was telling that the Delhi people are now 10 years of their life because of pollution, they are facing the problem. So pollution is a big problem because of fossil fuel. And I am the person who is responsible for the pollution. As a transport minister, 40% of the pollution is because of road transport. So that is to be one thing. And second thing is import of 22 lakh crore. If suppose it's 22 lakh crore, if 10 lakh crore, if you can save this import and put into the agriculture, rural, tribal area, we can take agriculture growth rate from 14% to 20%. It is going to change the socio-economic scenario of our country. So it is in the national interest that we Swavalamban, Swatantra or Swadeshi.
Right.
So Gandhi ji ka hi mantra tha.
Sir, do you think an emission-based taxation structure is something that India should consider?
It is not in my hand. I don't make any comments on it.
But what's your view on it?
Huh?
What's your view on it?
No, I will not give my view because unnecessary it will create. It's not related with my ministry.
Okay.
There are a lot of people in the lot of countries, there are a lot of dispute on this subject. Best way is, now this is the appropriate carbon credit is there. So by which we can give the incentives. And the second thing by our policy, now global alliance is there for biofuel and alternative fuel. And it is economically viable. It is going to reduce the pollution. So this time I feel that positively, if we can make this campaign successfully implemented, it is going to resolve the problem. Now, we need development and we were to protect ecology and environment. Ethics, economy, ecology and environment, they are the three important pillars of the society. But eccentric to any side is not good. Yeah. The problem is that some of the people who are very eccentric about ecology and environment, and some of the people who are very eccentric about the development, they are not going to bother about the ecology and environment. We need to find out an equilibrium, a middle way, by which we can protect the interest of the country, creating more jobs, improve the economy. At the same time, we will protect the ecology and environment. That is to be a balanced thought by which we can resolve the problem.
It's wonderful. Sir,
sorry, I have one more
right
question.
Ahead, yeah.
So, CAFE norms are one of the ways where electrification, where companies are being pushed towards electrification. Now, CAFE 3 is expected soon. When can we expect CAFE 3 norms to come in so that industry gets a clear picture and we move towards electrification faster?
Already I have a meeting with the principal advisor of the Prime Minister. I have some reservation about it. So already discussion is going on. We need to have a balanced approach for everything. Now the problem is that we need to encourage electricity. We have to increase the fossil fuel, alternative fuel and biofuel. Even in the Northeast and Assam, the availability of methanol is there. Yeah. The methanol rate is 22 rupees per liter. We can make methanol from the coal and also as a petroleum byproduct. Now in Bangalore, in Karnataka, I launched the project of Karnataka State Road Transport Corporation, Ashok Leyland buses, adding 15% methanol into diesel. It is 3 months successfully implemented. So a lot of new options. Now in shipping, we want to use methanol as a fuel. So ethanol, methanol, biodiesel, bio-LNG, electric and hydrogen. These are the futuristic fuel. Now people are asking me, you are talking about every fuel. Then what is going to happen? This type of question is there in the common man mind. तो मैं उनको जवाब देता हूँ, तुम सब लोगों में जितना दम होगा, तुम कितनी भी मेहनत कर लो, तो भी डीजल पेट्रोल जाने की कम होने की संभावना धीरे धीरे कम है. इसलिए इतना बड़ा वॉल्यूम है. इसलिए जिसमें जो लगता वो करो, डीजल पेट्रोल मत यूज करो, बाकी कुछ भी करो और गो अहेड. द डे विल कम दैट वो 50% कम होगा, फिर और 60% कम होगा. धीरे धीरे लोगों का सपोर्ट मिलेगा, तो जैसे इलेक्ट्रिक अभी ग्रो हो रही है वैसे सब बढ़ जाएगा.
सर, इट्स
इवन एक कंस्ट्रक्शन इक्विपमेंट का अभी एग्जीबिशन है.
यस,
मैं इनॉग्रेशन का जाना. अभी सब जेसीबी ने हाइब्रिड जेसीबी बनाया, सीएनजी और डीजल का, मेरे आग्रह से. उनको 1000 जेसीबी का ऑर्डर मिल गया रशिया में. जो टेक्नोलॉजी को अडॉप्ट कर रहे हैं उनका फायदा हो रहा है. आपके पास ये जो ऑटोमोबाइल इंडस्ट्रीज वाले हैं, इनकी एक प्रॉब्लम है. वो नहीं होता है कि जो एक मशीन होती है, एक डाई करते खट खट खट, वही मार्केट में बेचते हैं, तो वो खुश रहते हैं. अब नई डाई बनाना, नया कुछ करना, तो इनके बड़े जान पर आता है. तो ये नया प्रयोग करने का डर है. पर मैं इनको इनका दोस्त के नाते ये बताता हूँ कि अगर ये चेंज करोगे और ये करोगे तो इससे ज़्यादा फायदा कमाओगे और आपका बहुत अच्छा फायदा होगा. और जो ये नहीं करोगे उनका सेल डाउन होगा. मुझे अब नाम नहीं बताता, पर मुझे एक बहुत बड़े व्यक्ति ने कहा ऑटोमोबाइल इंडस्ट्री के कि जब आप इलेक्ट्रिक की बात करते थे तो हमने आपको सीरियसली लिया नहीं, हमको लगा ही नहीं ये इतने जल्दी होगा. अब आपने इतने जल्दी ये सब कर लिया. अभी 50-60% इंक्रीज हो रहा है. अब वेटिंग लिस्ट हो गई उसकी इलेक्ट्रिक गाड़ियों की. तो अब हमको लग रहा है कि वी मिस द बस. जो टेक्नोलॉजी को समय के साथ बदलेंगे नहीं, वो धीरे धीरे ख़त्म हो जाएंगे. और जो नई टेक्नोलॉजी लाएंगे, नए अल्टरनेटिव फ्यूल के व्हीकल लाएंगे, वो डोमेस्टिक मार्केट में और एक्सपोर्ट मार्केट में आगे ही जाएंगे. तो समय के साथ बदलना और टेक्नोलॉजी को स्वीकार करना, ये देश के इकोनॉमी के फायदे के लिए तो है ही, पर ये ऑटोमोबाइल मैन्युफैक्चर के भी फायदे के लिए है. अगर इलेक्ट्रिक टू व्हीलर बनेगी तो उसका भी वर्ल्ड में उनको ऑर्डर एक्सपोर्ट का बहुत ज़्यादा मिलेगा. तो मेरा उनको भी कहना है कि बिल्कुल आप अल्टरनेटिव और बायोफ्यूल पर कॉन्सेंट्रेट करिए और काम करिए.
Sir, it's always wonderful speaking to you. You are really a visionary, and I think the takeaway for us is matching ecological concerns, development concerns. It all has to come together in a balanced policy which looks at road safety, which looks at the well-being of our citizens, which looks at the future of our highways. Thank you so much for being with us.
Thank you.
We really appreciate your time.
Okay.